College System Board of Regents meeting. I would like to ask Ms. DeGaulle, the parliamentarian, to please call the roll.
Chair Martin,
Here.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Here.
Secretary Whitten,
Here.
Regent Cox,
Here.
Regent Girdler,
Here.
Regent Hall,
Here.
Regent Higdon,
Here.
Regent McGraw,
Here.
Regent Powers,
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Here.
Regent Schaus,
Here.
Regent Stevens,
Here.
Regent Sutherland.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody here and appreciate your time and effort. And Candace, you're online. Thank you for joining us. So the minutes have been distributed to all the members. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes from December 5th and 6th of last year? If not, could I have a motion?
So moved. Brianna Whitten.
Second? Okay, Chris Girdler seconds it. So, Mr. Gall, would you?
Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Noting none, the motion is passed by consensus.
Okay, thank you. For the chair's report, enrollment is up and we are training Kentucky's future workforce across the Commonwealth. So it's really up for an exciting time right now with everything that's going on across the state. And it seems like we are very integral in all of this. Dr. Quarles now has his team in place, and they've been very busy in Frankfort since the beginning of the year. I actually attended the KCTC Advocacy Day, and the turnout was great. So you all keep up the good work. We had, what, 80?
Yeah, at least 80.
At least 80
legislators
stop by our room and mingle with us some and grab something to eat. I want to also take a moment to thank everyone that has assisted in the flood relief efforts in Eastern Kentucky. This makes 2 within 3 years that we've had, and it's been really devastating. And with the weather, just the weather in general, the snows and ice storms has also been very destructive on it. So thank you all who has participated in helping and continue to help. We appreciate it on behalf of KCTCS and Eastern Kentucky. It's once again time for us to do our own board self-evaluation. And would someone be willing to volunteer to work with Shannon to help coordinate the board evaluation process? Okay. Regent Hamilton has volunteered, and we will present the results at the June board meeting. And we have a full agenda, so let's get started. President's report.
Thank you. I'll present from the podium. Good afternoon and welcome for those here in person and those joining us online. It is March. I'm thankful for 3 things. March Madness is about to begin. Winter is almost over, and the General Assembly is about to wrap up their work. So it's exciting times here. I have a rather comprehensive report today, so please bear with me. But to start off, great news. Enrollment is up over 7% from this time last year. That's more than 4,700 more enrollees from last spring. That also includes an 8.3% increase in full-time equivalents, and this is a great statistic here. We have a 10% increase of adult learners as well. So that's great news for us. So I want to say congratulations to our faculty, staff, the marketing teams, the recruiters across Kentucky for this great increase in enrollment. It's also important to realize that we have some national rankings that just came out that we're very proud of. And KCTCS has increased our 6-year completion rates by 3.6% percentage points, ranking us 4th in the nation. And so there's always room to do better, but this is something for us to stop and say progress is being made. So we're really proud of that as well. We also have taken a deep dive in our credential awards as well. In 2023 to 2024, KCTCS awarded over 33,000 credentials. Again, we are the state's #1 workforce provider, and our credential side of the house and the non-seeking credential side of the house continues to punch above its weight class as well. And of note, as you know, we have a heavy presence in allied health programs across Kentucky, and we're continuing to improve those. But we just learned that 89% of Kentucky's associate's degrees in nursing and allied health come from KCTCS. So another way of saying that is that 9 out of 10 of all associate's degrees in nursing and healthcare come from us, from public institutions. And that's great. And since last fall, we've established somewhat of a working group here at KCTCS to help improve and review all of our allied health programs, including nursing, so that we can become more consistent across the state. And you'll be hearing more about that at future meetings as well. We've also established an enrollment task force. There's been a lot of talk about the impending enrollment cliff, other threats to higher education, and the narrative of the value of higher ed in America. We have a working group right now that actually evolved from last year's FAFSA task force, when we knew there were some kinks in the system, where we're focusing not just on the enrollment cliff, but any threats to enrollment across Kentucky. And so we're looking to work with strategic enrollment management across our 16 colleges as well. As our chair said, it's been a tough time. First, we started off with a long, drawn-out, cold winter, and that caused a lot of delays. It caused a lot of work at home or study from home scenarios. And then, of course, we had another round of devastating floods across the state, actually. This is the first time in Kentucky history where all 120 counties are underneath a flash flood warning. And unfortunately, Eastern Kentucky had perhaps the most devastating loss, both in loss of human as well as infrastructure as well. We actually saw damage, and if you look at your president's report, damage to an auditorium at Big Sandy, as well as a mudslide that affects our Hazard campus today as well. But we did our part. We did not hesitate to raise awareness, number one, and start disaster relief programs, primarily for Southeast, Big Sandy, as well as Hazard. So thank you for those presidents here today that really lifted us up in spirits, but also we acted quickly as well. Of note, at Big Sandy, the Red Cross was using one of our campuses, set up and actually operated on one of our locations. Emergency management was using our properties at Hazard as well. And we actually had a shelter in place in Jackson County, Breathitt County as well. And we also knew that a lot of our students were affected, and personnel, staff, and faculty. And so we've raised some money. In fact, Dr. Stith and I connected about 2 weeks ago and said, what's the unmet need? And we identified that there's still about 97 students across the KCTCS family that applied for emergency funds that we had an unmet need for. And so we got on the phone. We're proud to say that we raised $15,000 as of yesterday morning, and we have fulfilled that unmet need. So special thank you to the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, Kentucky Power, as well as the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 369, for pitching in to make us hit that fundraising goal as well. In addition, Eastern Kentucky's own Chris Stapleton has a foundation, and he was his foundation was happy to pitch in some money for Hazard as well. So we're very appreciative that we are getting support from all across Kentucky. And speaking of donations, I want to start adding a cool element of our report, cool things that are donated to KCTCS. We actually just had a helicopter donated and somebody at the Madison Community College. So thank you for those who worked at Madisonville for landing this donation, and it'll be used from the state's only public helo school as well. And so if you have an extra aircraft laying around, please let us know. We need them at all of our aviation mechanics programs across the state, but that's a cool donation, really, really neat. We also hope to initiate a more formal donations initiative this year. What does this mean? Well, after last year's tour, let's just take welding, for example. At Henderson, almost 100% of the metal that's used by students is donated by local industries, and that's great. They get a tax benefit from it. Other parts of the state, maybe not so. And so I'd like to set up a statewide donation initiative and approach those, particularly in the technical and trade programs, expensive equipment, one-time use elements, that perhaps we could have a better, more structured, formal program across the state for those who want to donate. And the last thing I have on our KCTCS Foundation is that this September, we'll be organizing a clay shoot to raise money for KCTCS. So if you're interested, please let us know, and details to come on that. On the student side, we've had a lot of activity. I got to brag on our student regents. After talking with them in the fall and going through our SJR process, we learned that our student regents may not get the opportunity to interact with their counterparts at all 16 colleges. And so we started a new peer group called ACE, Academic Collaboration and Excellence. They came up with the name, they came up with the format. And so I want to say a special thank you to Audra and Robert who started this. So congratulations. And last month we had our first ACE meeting virtual meeting where they get to interact with the student government presidents at all 16 colleges, and this will be a monthly meeting going forward. And I think it's great for more advocacy and engagement across the system. So congratulations to our student regents on that. We also continue to have a heavy emphasis on partnerships, and partnerships mean many different things at KCTCS. Is it a transfer agreement that we just re-upped with the institution? Is it the 3,000 plus businesses that we work with on an annual basis? Is it interaction with other governmental organizations like KLC or KCO? And so we are beginning a process of having a better management system of what it means to be a partner with KCTCS, whether it's CAM, whether it's an industry group or other state government group as well. And so we're going to propose in the coming months, perhaps a new management system of all of these together. And speaking of which, you probably saw, we had great news of Western Kentucky University working off the great work that SCI and ECTC already had with transferring students to WKU. For the first time ever, now we have a statewide transfer agreement that doesn't matter which college you attend, you can seamlessly transfer to WKU. And we plan on doing the same thing with Dr. Bob Jackson before his retirement at Murray State University in the near future. And we'll get around to all the comprehensives and regionals as well. And just a reminder, we knocked out UK and U of L last year as well. This is in addition to the work we're doing with our private institutions, not just in Kentucky, but also border states as well. It's also important to realize that we're spending a lot of time working with groups that are well established in Kentucky. And so just this week, we've organized a meeting with the Kentucky State Parks. We have a wonderful state park presence in our state. We have a lot of them, and they have a lot of maintenance needs. And so we're going to be sitting down with them and say, what sort of jobs are you trying to hire for? Is it maintenance related? Is it food service? And so those are the type of partnerships that we want to continue to have. Same thing with Kentucky Venues, which operate the Downtown Convention Center in Louisville, as well as the fairgrounds as well. They're hiring our graduates. We want to make sure there's a commitment that when they hire, say, an industrial maintenance or electrical worker, that they give KCTCS grads a preference from the get-go. We're also working with the Governor's Second Chance Employers Initiative. And you will see us being very active with our presence in our jails, our prisons, and recovery communities across Kentucky after session concludes as well. It's the right thing to do. It's also coincides with our heavy deployment of GEDs. We do over half of GEDs in Kentucky. And so this is really going to be a focused effort from our office, as well as other collaborators, about helping Kentuckians, regardless of their background, towards getting better employment and getting a degree or certificate as well. And just to wrap up our partnership report, next week we have great news. I think there's an invite in front of you as well about how Goodwill Industries of Kentucky will be signing on as an education first employer. Jesse and I have been working on this, and so we're very proud. We're going to add another commitment from Goodwill as well. And speaking of invitations, in your folder in front of you, we also have a Going Pro invitation. So this is one of my most favorite events that we have. And, you know, it's college basketball season, right? You all know about this event where our students who are committed to sign on with a company like a basketball team will be doing public events across Kentucky. We'll be starting at the state capitol, the governor's invited, where we'll have students being drafted by employers across our state. And we'll have these all across Kentucky, and we'll be sure to invite you if you'd like to attend one of these in your locality as well. We also have a really cool sponsorship going on right now with both the girls and boys Sweet 16 tournament at Rupp Arena. And if you'd like to go to this, we are presenting the game ball at the beginning of every single game. And so why is this important? Well, for those of you who attended the Sweet 16, A third of our enrollment are high schoolers right now. Chances are those in the audience are taking classes from us, number one. Number two, it gives us a statewide presence that where everyone, instead of us driving to people, they're driving to us in downtown Lexington. And the last item is that it's March. This is the time when students and parents are choosing where they're going to go to college, right? And so it's a great timing effort for us. And if you'd like to go to one of these games, please let us know. And Pathfinder Fox is there. Our mascot is there every night. So let us know. We also have an exciting new initiative with the Boys and Girls Club of Kentucky. It's one of our longest youth leadership programs in our state. We'll actually be providing $2,000 scholarships for the Kentucky Youth of the Year Award finalist. And we think this is a great start. And we're also looking for sponsorship opportunities with Kentucky 4-H and FFA and other youth development organizations as well. And speaking of awards, I must again, James Lee, brag on Madisonville Community College as they became a Bellwether Award recipient, which celebrates innovation and workforce innovation for community colleges across the United States. And Dr. Kelly couldn't make it here today, but she brought home the hardware and a nice trophy from Texas, and we celebrated that at our last PLT meeting as well. Let's transition about what's going on in Frankfort. For the past 3 months, I've been tethered to the Kentucky State Capitol, along with Chris Crumrine, who will be with us tomorrow as well. As Chair Martin mentioned, we had a great legislative advocacy day. Thank you for being there. Over 80 legislators showed up. We've had a lot of conversations about our SGR report. And thank you all for your support at the December meeting for that set of recommendations. Dozens and dozens of recommendations, 11 buckets that we responded to. Thank you for all those in the room and those watching online who are part of our final work product, nearly 100 pages of plotting out our future. And so the legislators welcomed us with warm reception. And they also said, there's so much here, we may not be able to address it all in a short legislative session. And so we talked with House and Senate leadership. And so we're going to be starting when they go home and wrap up the short session. During the interim, we're going to be talking about what sort of reform package we can have for 2026. And so as you all know, this session is wrapping up. They did not open up the budget as of now. And so a lot of our reforms and a lot of our recommendations were budget related. We had a lot of conversation about a more outcomes-based funding model. Perhaps have a more performance-based funding variable that is related to workforce, something that's a third of our mission here at KCTCS. So a lot of this was budget related that even if it had gone through this session would not have been addressed. And so we do have commitments from legislative leaders in both chambers to begin this process next month. But it's also important to realize that this was a big legislative year for us, regardless of the reform package, because as of yesterday, and I wish I could say I was responsible for the timing, but I wasn't, we were allocated $90 million for capital construction. So we did come out of this session with a big win. Again, we had to unlock this. They wanted to see progress at KCTCS. And so both chambers agree that we've made steps in the right direction. So they unlocked $90 million of appropriated funds and allocated that to 3 projects. And just very quickly, those would be a building at Somerset Community College, their Laurel North campus. This will be a technical building. Will house their diesel, automotive technology, welding, HVAC, and additive manufacturing and more. I was just down there 2 weeks ago, and the building they're currently in was built in the 1960s. And so this is going to help solidify a new campus. It's going to be a great building. Number 2, downtown Louisville at LouMed. We have Hartford Hall, a 12-story building where the elevator only goes to 11 stories. It's also not compliant with ADA compliance. And so this allocation will help tear down that tower, replace it with a more efficient building. It's actually less square footage, but because the current building cannot be properly used to its maximum capacity, it'll actually have more usable square feet as well. And then for those of you familiar with the LouMed area of Louisville, it's an exciting place. It is going to help spruce up the area as well. And the last construction project is with Sky CTC with a new building in Glasgow. We'll be replacing a tuberculosis hospital that was built in the 1920s. That's currently where our nursing program is being taught, I believe, in the basement. And we're going to be replacing that with a new allied health building as well. Speaking of Frankfort, again, Chris will be with us tomorrow. We've had other indicators of higher education legislation, including strong signaling that there'll be a complete reevaluation of performance-based funding for all public higher education entities going into the 26th session. So we look at this as an opportunity for KCTCS as well. And tomorrow, student regents, if you'd like to join us, Representative Aaron Thompson, not President Aaron Thompson, it's the State Representative Aaron Thompson, will be presenting on the floor a mental health awareness day for higher education in Kentucky for October. If you all would like to join us tomorrow, hopefully we can make it over there as well. On the federal side, Chris has been to DC twice. We're submitting a large comprehensive ask on the Senate side this week. We also have asked with our individual members of Congress as well for federal asks going into this, not this current CR that's being debated, but for the next budget cycle as well. We also have almost daily meetings about executive orders, about how they may affect KCTCS, as well as action this week on Department of Education. And so we have developed an intranet website for KCTCS employees, a splash page with information about the latest on executive orders and what's going on in Washington, D.C. as well. Let's change gears just a little bit. We did some
before you
fundraising.
do,
Yes, sir.
Have we come so far that we don't applaud for $90 million?
Let's applaud for that.
I mean,
Thank you.
come on.
And please relay our thanks from the Board of Regents to the legislators as well.
Will do. Will do. And
Well, if you have.
good. And we'll start asking for our next round of projects the day after. That's right. Well, speaking of money, we continued a legacy fundraiser that I've been doing for years, mainly with the work of Melissa Eaton. Thank you so much for helping us organize, I believe, the 8th annual Serving Up Solutions dinner, where we raised $65,000 in coordination with Feeding Kentucky as well, that oversees our food banks, to help raise fund for our food banks on our 16 colleges as well. And we think that this fundraiser is going to continue to spiral upwards. And the best thing about this is the legislators serve us food during the event. And so we always have a lot of participation there. And thanks for those who showed up as well. Earlier this week, you should have received an email from my office about a reorganization of the system office, and as well as an organizational chart as well. I think it's important that we emphasize that this reorg is based off of management efficiency. It reduces the size of the cabinet while maintaining our leadership team in place. There's a cost savings component of it. And perhaps more importantly, there's a clarity of roles, which will continue to happen as well. We want to make sure that if you're here at the system office or out at one of the colleges, or if you are an external partner on our website, that you know who's where in our organization. And so we're working on posting a version of the organizational chart online as well, just to make sure that people know who we are as an organization. I also want to brag on Technology Solutions. They run a very smooth operating collaborators of professional IT folks. And for those of you that may not be as tech savvy as I am, because I'm not, when you don't hear about issues, that means things are going well. And actually, they've done a lot of updates for us. We appreciate that. And we're also looking at long-term investments with long-term contracts as well. So thank you, Chris, for your work as well. The Kentucky Fire Commission had their annual convention down in Owensboro a couple of weeks ago. It went down. They were doing a great job in leadership of Bruce Roberts, acting as the interim. And we're still waiting on their public audit. So that's the last public audit, not to be confused with our internal audits, Chair Cox, that we're still waiting on. We may not be until later this summer until we get the results back as well, but we're working closely with them. We also have 3 presidential searches on the way at Big Sandy, Southeast, and SkyCTC. We've had successful community forums so we can gain adequate input about the local needs of each of those ideal candidates. We're on schedule, and I think as of tomorrow, all 3 positions should be posted. So if you have any questions about that, please let us know as well. And speaking of the audit, we continue to make sure that we're making improvements along the way. We're putting processes in place so we don't have to go back to previous history of KCTCS so that we can move forward. So I want to say special thanks to Todd Kilburn and his team. You're going to hear more about it later today. They've set up a work team specifically about Fund 99. as well as some advocacy components you'll be voting on today about a budget reserve policy for us as well. Now, as a wrap up here, we have a great meeting. We're going to hear about our security master plan facilities, the timing on tuition as well, a report on compression. And tomorrow morning, Dr. Phil Neal will be kicking off, I hope to be an engaging presentation about strategic planning. And it's time for us to do that. And I think it overlaps with the new administration as well. And we hope to get your input on that. I want to say I'm really proud of my team. As the chair said, in my first year, I was able to get a team in place of higher education professionals. I'm really proud of them. I want to say a special welcome to our new general counsel, Jessica Stegall. I think this is your first meeting, so welcome aboard. I also want to say a sincere thank you to our faculty, staff, our presidents, their teams, my team, and the system office as well. We're proud. I am proud of our organization. I'm proud of the progress that we've made over the past year, and it's an honor to work with those folks every single day. So thank you. And I'm going to end it with this. We got a little video for you. Since the Kentucky lottery came into effect in the 1990s, when people like myself feel like they can win the lottery one night, I buy a lottery ticket. And a portion of that fund, of course, is reinvested in higher education. And so we actually did a look back of how much KCTCS has benefited from the Kentucky lottery. And we actually interviewed students so they could tell their stories as well. Annually, we have nearly 3,900 KCTCS students receive support from the Work Ready Scholarship. Again, essentially a free ride for high demand study areas across our system, which equates to about $11 million a year. We also last year awarded nearly 16,000 credential-seeking students receive KEYS funding as well, totaling $17+ million each year. And just a reminder, over 80% of our students receive financial aid of some sort. And so we thought we would present to you today a video that the Kentucky Lottery, our office, produced, where the best advocates we could possibly ask for told their story, and that's our students. So Keith, roll that beautiful Kentucky Lottery film footage. Here at KCTCS, a fourth of our students receive KEYS funding. The lottery proceeds that people like I contribute to on a Saturday night with the Kentucky Powerball, I know that we're helping finance the dreams of their career pathways. Talking with students, I know that the KEYS scholarship and other lottery proceeds continue to help finance untold number of Kentuckians to reach their potential and their dreams.
Anything that you're passionate about, it's not going to benefit just you. It's going to benefit everyone around you.
Those scholarships has helped me a lot with managing how to pay my bills on time, living on my own, and going to school as well.
I love being busy. I love visualizing stuff, helping people.
Because of the Kentucky Lottery, I was able to pursue further education and really build a future, build dreams, and have a goal that helps others.
Without the KEYS scholarship, I wouldn't be able to go to school and pursue my goals and dreams.
I really wanted to do something that was people-oriented, and I knew that I had to be prepared to do that. So I wanted to start that stepping stone at BCTC.
It's making a huge impact on the course and trajectory of their lives.
I was fortunate to have a mother who's a teacher who inspired in me the value of education. And little did I know that years later that I would utilize the KEYS scholarship while attending not only UK, but also BCTC's predecessor, Lexington Community College. We know that higher education is an investment, but I'm just proud that Kentucky Lottery, the KEYS scholarship, Work Ready, CAP, that all of them help make the affordability of college just a little bit easier.
One of my big things has always been, how can I help others? And it's such a broad question, like how can I help others?
And that's what education does for people. They get to invest in themselves and the things that they're passionate about. And it opens up an avenue for them to really make real change in the world.
And that, Mr. Chair, concludes my president's report. Happy to take any questions.
Yes. Regent Garland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to commend President Quarles for his work. You know, in typical Ron Quarles fashion, in his humbleness, he is deferring a lot of the credit, saying we, bragging on his staff, et cetera, et cetera. However, I want to commend him for raising the bar for KCTCS. I love seeing the marketing, the public relations work taking place, the collaborative efforts out there. I don't think we've ever seen such collaboration, whether that's with the Kentucky Lottery, the Going Pro signing events that we're seeing, and just so many different initiatives there. And also, I want to commend President Quarles as well. I don't think that we have had the level of trust and accountability that this organization has with the General Assembly in some time. And I think a lot of that is credited to President Quarles and his work and relationships. And just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your efforts there. Again, just your collaboration with the regional and statewide universities. It's unparalleled. And I think it's just the tip of the iceberg of even greater things to come. And also, Mr. Chair, if I may, President Quarles mentioned the KHSAA state tournaments coming up. I think that is a great marketing collaboration, but I wonder if Regent Stevens would go on the record to confirm that he is not the Pathfinder Fox behind the costume there at those ball games.
I don't know. I think you've stunned him.
No comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've not seen him stumped many times, but you've got him there. Thank you for your comments, and I definitely concur with all that you said. It seems like we do have a trust factor that we've not had. And, you know, one of the things that I'm impressed with is we're going after things. We're not sitting back, letting them come to us. We're going after things. And that's what we should do. I mean, I've said all along, we've got something that is very valuable for the state of Kentucky across the state. We touch every county in the state, and not a lot of people know that. I didn't know that until I come on the board. And I'm even more proud of what we do as a organization now than ever, because we've touched so many lives, and we're touching more and more. And like the flood relief efforts, we stand ready, and that's what we should be doing. So our hats are off to you. Any other comments?
I think there's a fine line between governance and management. So I'll blur it for a second. The organizational chart that you sent out really, to me, reflected the first time that there's been a very cogent, balanced structure with the right people that allows you to go up here and do things and not have to do the day-to-day things. And I think that's an important part of your role, is to have your time better spent on the bigger vision, on the bigger picture, on being aggressive, while trusting that the things that should happen on a day-to-day basis are happening. So I commend you for that structure. As I told you, I can go through too many years in HR. I can go through an organizational chart and pick nit with anything. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? But it makes a lot of sense. And I think it's a really good thing.
And that's a testament that we have a wonderful leadership staff here and wonderful employees at the system office as well. Proud of my team.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Quarles. It was a great presentation and a great video. Next on the agenda is increase organization success. We'll ask Andy Casebuyer, Assistant Vice President, Facility Support Services, to present this item.
Require action anytime we start a project over $1 million. KRS 164A 575 indicates that we should get your approval. So using asset preservation funds that we were awarded in the last biennium, we're proposing to spend $3 million at Big Sandy to upgrade HVAC systems and controls. This immediately will start saving energy funds at that college and help with the operating cost. Any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Regents Stevens.
Excuse me, who's the contractor that's providing this service?
It's just now being approved by you guys to start design, so we haven't even
Okay.
awarded a designer.
Yeah, when you find out,
Mhm.
report back, I like to know who's getting in, especially if they're Kentucky companies that bid on it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to have a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approves the Big Sandy Community and Technical College upgrade HVAC equipment and controls project with a scope of $3 million.
Motion.
Regent Stevens? Regent Whitten? Yeah. Good. Call for a vote.
Chair Martin,
Yes, yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten. Yes. Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw. Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent
Oh, sorry, I
Rabinowitz.
said yeah. Who's on mute? Sorry, apologize.
Thank you, Regent McGraw. Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Sutherland,
Yes.
Regent Powers today. Call you. Yes. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And Andy, while you're up there, update us on the security master plan.
Okay. Am I driving? You driving? You're driving. Okay. As I had told you before, we had an internal audit done by Dean Dorton that identified a number of things having to do with safety and security at our campuses that required a look at. Security systems and things like that weren't necessarily something that facilities was involved in. A lot of the colleges were doing this themselves, but since we were audited, we started to think maybe it would be better if we took an overall look at it to see if there's ways that we can assist the colleges in bringing all of our colleges up to speed. So first of all, I'll tell you just some highlights out of the Dean Dorton thing. They said that several of our colleges were having issues with securing doors and they were having to use mechanical keys. So you can imagine in a lockdown situation where somebody had to walk around campus locking doors, it's not a very safe thing to put our employee in or for the students. Said that a lot of the security camera systems were inadequate and had limitations on being able to observe what was going on campus. Indicated that safety and security projects were not given very high priority, indicated that we had insufficient funding for critical safety and security projects, indicated that we had additional safety and security personnel needs. We needed to beef up training, we needed to beef up documentation of training and incidents, and then we also needed to do better in being with plans for being prepared. It also indicated that we needed to have dedicated crisis management teams at every college, and that we had to improve the way that we communicate with first responders that are outside of our system. So those are all the things that we were charged with. And so we set out, first thing we did is we did an audit of the colleges and asked them to tell us what they thought of their own systems. And so that I'm going to provide you some information that we gained from them that was a kind of a pulse of where we were. And then I sent my director of safety and security, Ron Allgood, and my facilities compliance officer went out to each college campus and looked for gaps in their system to figure out where do we need additional cameras, where do we need to do better for lockdowns, things like that. So they have then come back to us with all that information, and we have put pricing to it and started developing a plan to move forward to try to bring all the campuses up to a standard where I could stand in front of you and say, we have a safe environment for all of our students. So right now, what I'm looking for in telling you this is we're going to include this in our 6-year plan that we present, and then come back to you in the fall to talk about adding this to our budget request for next year to see if we can't seek some funding from the state. We'll also be trying to look at other avenues to see if there's grants that we can tie into or whatever to try to do this, because the college is trying to put this money together themselves is a slow process because they have other things they need to use their resources for. So next. So this is just part of the assessment they did. So we were looking at surveillance systems, at cameras. I had 2 colleges, and I want to call them out because both Gateway and Jefferson, after seeing what they've already done themselves, that became our standard to say if we could bring all the colleges up to what Gateway and Jefferson have, we would be in good shape. So I want to take my hats off to Dr. Figaro's here. Ty Handy's not, but those 2 guys are serious about safety, and those campuses, while they still have some work to do, are well on their way to get there. We also had a couple of campuses that didn't have really any kind of security cameras at all on site, and I'll be talking about a little bit about that momentarily. All the others had some level of camera systems, some level of surveillance of general things on campus, and we looked in our study to try to figure out where else could we put cameras in order to beef that up. As far as, next slide, as far as access controls, we looked at that. There were 5 colleges that basically have really good control of their doorways. Several of them are able to, with a push of a button, even remotely go ahead and shut the whole campus down if necessary. Other colleges were in between there. We have 7 colleges that didn't really have good access control and will have to do everything with keys, people walking around with keys. Next, we looked at detection systems, and a year ago, Chair, I think you were the one that asked me about it. You said we needed to look at detection systems like metal detectors and things to take care of active shooter situations and all that. So we started looking at that. What we found was that our situation is a little bit different. A K through 12 or a big office building or a big hospital, you can put metal detectors at key doors and man those stations, and you can pretty much take care of that problem internally. Our campuses are wide open. They're a campus setting. Students are moving back and forth between buildings. Buildings are left open. If you've got a technical program, the carpentry shop is outside building. They're inside doing things. And so trying to do metal detectors doesn't really work. So in our study, what we've been doing, we've already talked to a number of different vendors that provide this kind of services, trying to take advantage of AI systems that are now becoming available. There are AI systems, they're telling me, and we're still looking into it, but they tell me that an AI with the right camera can watch somebody walk across our campus and can detect if they have a gun or a knife on them without them touching or anything with their, concealed thing. And so we're looking at those kind of systems. So as we move forward in trying to improve our security systems at the colleges, we're going to try to take advantage of that AI technology wherever possible and to integrate that, which also gives us other advantages in being able to remotely see what's going on a campus at any given time, helps third responders be able to look at things, help us to, someone comes on our campus, AI can actually, with facial recognition, tell us who that person is. They can look at license plates and tell us if there's a threat. Just to give us that advantage. So we're trying to look into all those things. Again, Gateway and Jefferson and Bluegrass have already started some AI technologies on their campus. And so I learned quite a bit from Gateway in this process. And so we've kind of set them up as our standard. So if I can get everybody else to look like Gateway, I think we'll be okay. As far as security personnel, I have some colleges that seem to have a pretty good amount of security personnel available internally. Nobody has a robust amount of security personnel, but some of them by necessity have to have that. We have quite a few colleges, let's see here. Yeah, on here you can see quite a few colleges that have either a third-party contractor who's providing security to improve their own security, or they've contracted with local law enforcement with special arrangements so that they get some extra security from that. To give you an example, that Bluegrass Community College actually has a police presence on site. They lease a building on their on the Newtown campus to the police department at a reduced rate in order to get them on campus. So the police are constantly on campus. It's a substation for the whole area, but it works that way. Other colleges are doing the same thing. So that's what we found. So moving on, here's the numbers we put together. So after Ron and Chris finished doing their evaluations with college personnel, working with them, we took that and determined the number of cameras and where do we put them? How do we get wiring to them? How do we keep them internet accessible? How do we lock down the doors? All that kind of thing. And so we've put numbers together, staggering number. So if we were to bring everybody up to basically where Gateway will be in another year, which that's our standard, we need $27.5 million in 2026 numbers. So I'm using what we'd expect to pay in 2026 because that's the budget we're going after. So I'm adding this to our 6-year plan. I talked it over with Dr. Quarles, and we're going to put it in there and seek that funding moving forward. The benefit is we could put in a project for every college, and go get Ashland $1.2 million, go get Big Sandy $1.2 million, and then we're locked in with those. If we do it as a big pool and go try to find $30 million, then we can use that money. And if we can do something less expensively at one of the colleges, then we can use that money somewhere else. So use it like a pool, like we do our asset preservation money. So we're hoping this is a good way to approach that, doing it as a system instead of each of them doing it independently. Additionally, we also took into account the work we have going on right now, back the other one. I have a $3 million security project that we're doing with asset preservation funds going on at Jefferson. We have a $2 million project at Gateway that we're doing right now with asset preservation funds, which will help supplement what they've already done and kind of get them to the standard we're going to try for. At Henderson, we're spending a little bit under $1 million on security for cameras and access readers to be like their phase 1 of trying to bring their campus up because they had nothing. You have a question? Or no? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
So when you all were looking at setting the standard, like I understand like Gateway is doing wonderful things. Did you also look at what other institutions are like offering on campus as well?
Yes, I had been doing that ever since, as I mentioned, the chair had asked me a year ago to start looking at that. So I formed a peer team with my counterparts at the other 9 universities to try to pick their brains as much as possible. So we meet monthly. So I've gone with them and looked at security systems and talked about that. We looked at other states and background and understanding where we were going. And that, so yes, we started there. And when I talk about setting Gateway as standard, we have to take into account location. So Gateway is an urban, a lot of their stuff is urban. Jefferson, a lot is urban. So what they need is not exactly what I need at another more rural location, but the rural locations actually have security differences that are actually as threatening as an urban campus. And so when we did this, that's why we went and looked at each individual site. We were looking for what does this particular site need in order to get to the safety standard that Gateway and Jefferson have.
Is this one-time expenses or is it ongoing? Because, when we talk about staffing, security staffing, that's ongoing expenses.
Yeah, I have not included staffing in this. This is a one-time capital construction. What I'm hoping to do, though, I have a column there on AI web systems. What we're hoping to do is with using web technology, which is up and coming, and really it's expanding like tremendously. Just what I learned 6 months ago and what I learned a month ago is vastly different. But we're going to try to use those systems in a smart way to enhance the security that we have so we don't need as many people. So even though we've identified we do need quite a few people, if we were to not do any of this other thing, we're kind of we're trying to do these other things in order, before we evaluate really how many people do we really need, because we think we can undo some of that need.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think this should be an alarming report for every board member here. And in reference to the surveillance, I think that is a joint responsibility, but the majority of those funds should come from the systems office and not be bared upon the colleges. Yes, there needs to be a matching fund that the colleges can participate in. All of them are important. Access control is very difficult because of all the buildings we have. But surveillance with technology, we just need to put the money forward on some type of formula. Matching is, and we need to take care of this ASAP.
Yes, sir. And that's why
Thank you.
we're adding it to our budget request for this coming year. We've also already identified that if we were to get asset preservation funding again, like we did last time, this would be eligible for that. So we've set this as our number one priority if we're doing asset preservation money. So, we're looking to do that. And like I said, we're looking to get funding for the colleges rather than the way it's been done in the past. A lot of them have just come up with their own money to do some of this. Some of it's been state funded or group funded, but the other advantage of trying to do it together is we're going to look for, can we buy cameras and distribute them out rather than having each one of them try to do it themselves. So we're looking at every way we can to maximize what we can do there. Going to the next slide. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Use the system. Accessible by local sheriffs, the deputy state police, and federal authorities if they need to.
Yes, sir. So the newer systems that folks have been installing have all been fairly compatible because TS has been helping them with technology. Some of the cameras and things that we have are 20 years old. And so in those cases, we were looking at those to see if we needed to replace those systems. So this number includes doing that kind of thing. So it's both adding new things and it's replacing things that we have to in order to get everything to be compatible with a web system or an AI system and move forward. So, and we haven't designed those things yet. We have just identified if it's available and how much would it cost if we went that direction. So of course, we'll be working with TS pretty closely as we move forward. So going to the next slide. I don't want to take all afternoon. Whoever's doing the slide. Okay. So whenever I say we're trying to get everything up to a certain standard, what we're trying to do is get to where we can lock down all the campus buildings immediately when there's a threat, either somebody on campus pushing a button or somebody even remotely being able to, on their phone, somebody with access to it can lock down the campus. We're trying to be able to make sure that all the key doors into areas that are high risk areas, that we were able to tell who's coming and going in those areas. So we could try to minimize theft that we have every year, try to minimize different situations. We're trying to look at visual coverage of buildings, parking lots, and public spaces on our campuses, because a lot of our campuses have gathering places where a lot of times that's where the threat actually exists. And so we're trying to look at that. We're also trying to be able to look at it remotely so that if there's a situation going on campus and the president is here sitting with you, they can quickly go and see what's going on at their campus and be able to address it. We're trying to be able to provide information to third-party responders, so as they're responding to an event on one of our campuses, they can already see before they get there what's going on. We're trying to also be able to use their information to inform us and when we have a threat entering our campus before they've actually started to be threatening. And all this using AI technology to analyze things in real time as we can. So that's what we set out to try to do with this. We think this $30 million will do it. At the end of the $30 million, we'll take another look at it, reevaluate everything with our colleges and see where we need to go from there. Because security is an ongoing thing. You never can just say it's done. Yes, ma'am.
Just as a question. So while all this is wonderful and we're progressing towards this, and this is going to be our big ask, that's wonderful. Great. But I know there has been some concern from this board in several years past that we did not have updated security plans. Even as most recently, I believe is maybe last summer or maybe the last March meeting a year ago, not everyone was updated. They hadn't been gone through, right? And we had a situation, right, that that caused a need to kind of, not panic's the wrong word, but to get on it very quickly. So in your estimation, are we at a situation now where we've restricted accesses on different access points on campus? Have we done what we can do minus the 30 million ask here?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, going back to the first slide where I told you all the points that the audit came up with, there were some other things in there about training and all that. So we have already beefed up training. We've made all of our college partners that are in security understand that we have training that's always been available to them that they weren't taking advantage of. We've tried to improve the documentation we give them. We've tried to improve getting them to report things to us in a timely manner so we can respond to them. So all those things that aren't related to this $30 million are already implementing already. This is just the part that costs money, right? So everything else that we can possibly do is already underway. Yeah.
But I think this is great. I think the planning is wonderful. I have a question that I don't want to get us bogged down, but I want us to think about as we go forward. A friend of mine, Brian Thompson, was assassinated in New York in December. Our world in healthcare changed after that. Granted, our industry is a little different. I personally have had disgruntled patients at my house. I've been stopped in public, been challenged. I can tell you stories galore, but the advent of a individual with a gun in New York changed our world. I now can't go into a public venue without security. I have people who go in front of me to make sure the setting is appropriate and safe. I don't think we're any different in regard to executive protection for you and the presidents. I think you could have easily disgruntled students. I think you could have public disgruntled with policy. I will tell you, I've fought it. I hate it. I don't like having somebody that sometimes they're in plain clothes, so it's okay, but I don't like it. But I recognize that when you're in leadership, you are sadly a target. So I think this is great, but I also think there needs to be a piece of this that goes into executive protection for you and for the presidents to the extent that we can make certain that you have the protection that you need.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, I'm basically done.
You done?
The last slide, I was just going to indicate to you, personnel is the hardest nut to crack before. I would suggest to you that you look at personnel. We would like to take care of the things I have on the slide, which is just trying to leverage AI technologies and other things like that to kind of do some of the human stuff. Can't do all the human stuff. You still have to have humans, but it can do a lot of things to help you out. So those kind of things are my recommendations for that. But at some point, we do need to look at staffing because some of the colleges, they have one person who's also their facilities maintenance guy who is taking care of all 7 campuses that they have. It's kind of a crazy thing.
We could tell that there's a very varying level of security personnel
Yes, sir.
at each of the colleges. So I think definitely a presence of security is a better deterrence than anything. So if we can beef that up as well, that
Yes.
would be good.
Some of the colleges have been able to partner with local law enforcements and private law enforcements.
But that costs money.
That costs money, but we're looking into every opportunity and from what we learned in this study, we're going to try to help each one look at their specific situations.
Mr. Chair, just a couple comments here. Thank you, Andy, for you and your team for bringing this to light. There are inherent issues that make us a little unique compared to other universities, mainly our geographic footprint. We have 340 plus buildings. And in fact, we're in the process of getting rid of a few of those. That's part of our space optimization goal that came out of Huron. Then plus we have buildings that have unique assets. I mean, we have technical buildings that have large bay doors. So that makes us a little unique. You see that all over the place. We have aging facilities as well. And it's going to be costly, but I do think the legislature has had a very mature approach on this. In the K-12 world, several years ago, legislation was passed about SROs, student resource officers, and wanting every K-12 district to be able to have that. They've also loosened up and provided the eligibility for security officers to be former law enforcement, but also former military, members of the military as well. And so I do think that they're very open and have acknowledged the inherent issues that are unique to public spaces. So looking forward to putting a package together and asking.
Sounds good.
And
Brianna.
so we saw the long list. So kind of piggybacking on what Russ was saying, I noticed that the system office is not on that list. And does that mean it's up to snuff? It's good? What does that mean for the SO, or has it just not been evaluated yet?
Yeah, of course, I'm intimately aware of what we have here. We focused on student safety and staff safety at the colleges because that is where seems to be the largest threat. I mean, we do have a threat here, but we have it fairly well managed with the camera systems that we do have. We're not AI, but all of our doors are lockable, all those kind of things. So in looking at it, we felt like here for the threat that we have, we're pretty okay. It's easier to get us okay here because we're one building, we're not a campus. So putting our resources out there is where we felt like it was most necessary. And that's what the internal audit found.
And I would absolutely agree that it is, but also so you're saying there's no upgrades necessary for us to just go ahead and kind of roll into and include in that number if we're going to ask. I mean, if we're going to ask for 27, if we need 30, because,
Yeah, the number comes at 27, we're asking for 30.
Right.
And we're asking for it as a pool so we can move it around as necessary. So yes, if we can put in 10 more cameras here and help protect our president, then that's what we'll do here. I didn't include it in here just because, I mean, we're aware of it, but we were focusing on student safety first. But we have that ability. That's why we're asking for 30 instead of 27. And I said, if they give us asset preservation funding, they'll give us a pool. We'd like for them to give us $471 million, but they probably won't give us that much. That's what the total amount comes to. But whatever they give us, that we'll look at, with you guys and Dr. Quarles and decide if this is where we need to spend the money, where do we need to spend it? So.
Yeah, and I applaud your efforts just to protect, but just kind of to reiterate too, this place is essential for the operation of all 16. So the human capital here and the staff here are important as well. So
yes.
I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, for the access control stuff, I know, because I do maintenance on the Hazard campus, and so I know that a lot of our faculty and staff use the key card system as well as the ability to lock it down from the app. Have we considered like using student IDs where they scan to get in and scan out and stuff like that? Because I feel like that would help with security measures, because we know who's in the building, who's left the building, when they left, when they came in, and everything like that. But I know, and I'm not sure about the other campuses, but I know in Hazard right now it's primarily faculty and staff that have that. But have we considered doing student IDs where you have to scan in to get into the building?
That is one way to look at it. That adds another layer of management necessary because students come and go. Each semester you got a different student population. Well, what we're finding is if we're able to integrate the AI technologies and those kind of things in real time evaluation of things, they can very quickly identify, is this person coming through this door a student, an enrolled student, a faculty member, or whatever, and then you don't have to have badge access. So in each individual case, at each individual, not only college, but at each individual campus, which is the best way for us to secure that? Do we need to issue cards somewhere? Do we need to rely on the AI technology? We're looking at all those different things, and it won't be the same thing at every place to get to the right spot.
What are we doing from a safety culture standpoint for faculty and staff? Because, so much of this is based on how they use it, or if you got a key card, they're allowing somebody to walk behind them in the building. It's just a lot of little nuanced things from that perspective.
I would love to tell you there's no tailgating, but
Right.
Just my experience from this one building right here. In fact, this morning, Dr. Quarles was coming in and I was talking to him on the way and I almost tailgated behind him instead of swiping my badge. I came this close to violating my own don't do that rule. So there is a culture there. So, and we have that issue here. I'm sure every college has that. So in a lot of cases, the better way to solve it is if you have the doors that are locked down on off hours. You have to have an access reader card if you want to get in off hours, so a faculty member, whatever. But if you have the doors where using AI technologies or some other kind of technology that identifies who you're letting in, either with just cameras with people looking at it or whatever, then you don't have to worry about tailgating, right? Because if you've got 5 students that came in together and they're coming into class together, 4 of them might swipe their card, but one of them's not going to, right? So you never know. So I think the better way to try to address that is through other technologies that are now available that weren't available a few years ago to try to take care of those situations. But as I said, every situation is going to be different.
Dr. Qualls, you brought up an interesting point about K through 12. And I would recommend maybe looking as you prepare for next year, technology or IT matching funds that is put together is, I know that public education has that, and there's so much money offered. If the colleges match that, and that is could be used not only in security, but also technology upgrades or so, and that's specifically designated for that purpose. So I'm sure Chris is familiar with that and that would be a good selling point, not only security, but technology or so to help all our universities. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Andy? Okay, let's move on to, thank you, Andy, appreciate it. Very comprehensive. Move on to our forensic audit, and our Chief Financial Officer, Todd Kilburn, will present it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We wanted to give you an update. Thank you. After our December meeting, we had some findings from KPMG around the forensic audit. We brought it kind of a high level to the audit committee at our meeting at the end of February, and the audit committee determined that it would be good to give you a presentation as to what we're doing. We want you to know that we are not sitting back and waiting for something to be initiated. We're taking the bull by the horns and trying to make sure that we actually move forward on our corrective action items. Just to put this in a little bit of perspective, to give you a sense of our current audit landscape, you may remember in the last year we have had the internal audit with Dean Dorton. We have continual recommendations that we get from them that are internal to us that we're working on. We have things from our external audit, which are primarily our financial audits and our financial statements. We had an audit from the Auditor of Public Accounts, which had some recommendations. Those have now all been completely cured. And then we have this forensic audit from KPMG. And with that, we also have a forensic audit outstanding for the Fire Commission that's also being done by the Auditor of Public Accounts. This to say, we have a lot of audits that have gone on and a lot of recommendations. And so part of what we are trying to do is to make sure that we address some of those appropriately, that we set priorities around what are the most critical and what are the most important, to try to make sure that we're addressing all of these audit items. They're all important eventually, but which ones do we have to prioritize, because it's a lot of information and there are a lot of items. So I want to give you an update on each of these areas so that you have a sense of where we stand, particularly around the forensic audit items. As you may remember, there were 11 major buckets. I noticed we talked about SJR and there were 11 buckets. I don't know if that's our theme for the day, 11 buckets, but so I'll talk you through them very quickly at a high level. You have this information in your board packets, but I just want to try to give you an update as where we stand on our forensic audit pieces. We had an account called 10,001. This is what we call our pass-through account, which is where any funds come in that then get transferred to some other account. They all come through this account, 10,001 account. They noted that there were 656 accounts coming in and out here, and are there ways we could simplify it? We have established a group that's working on this. Their findings need to be to me by the end of June as to can we reduce that? Does it create other complications or other unintended consequences if we reduce that number of accounts that come through? But how can we manage it? One thing I've asked them to do is to try to find a process where we're getting a quarterly financial report on this so that rather than annually having to look back at a full year's worth of financial data, we're actually looking at it on a more regular basis, on a monthly basis, and then a quarterly report that would come to me and then ultimately to the president to talk about how we're doing with account 10,001. So this has to do with the pass-through. The group is working on it. They have a deadline of establishing this by June 30th, and then we start implementing recommendations in the next fiscal year as of July 1st. On our affiliated foundations, and we do have many of the staff who are leading these particular pieces of the audit. There were some recommendations around making sure that we had the right documentation in place, such as conflict of interest forms, other things. Dr. Stith has been doing a great job in doing this. Most of these things have already been implemented, or they are at least close to being implemented. They've taken a good hard look at this and are working with the foundations to make sure that we apply these things. And so this particular one is fairly near completion already. And we are adopting the recommendations that came out of the KPMG audit. Executive compensation, this has been part that's fallen both with our Vice President of Human Resources and our General Counsel, Jessica. We welcomed her with these kinds of things to deal with. This is going to be part of the compensation and classification review that we will be doing in the next year. There have already been some discussions. They have, Bridget and Jessica have been talking about this and trying to figure out how we take a look at executive compensation in a holistic way. But since part of the compensation and classification process involves a review in the next fiscal year, they're folding this into that total review so that we will more clearly adopt the recommendations as part of one overall project rather than singling it out in just some areas. And they're already starting conversations with the presidents to find out where there might be some tension points or issues that exist. That first conversation happened in the February PLT meeting. The next item is FERPA compliance. Mallory Yeaman and Jessica Stegall are working on this. They have been working with the peer team to try to develop responses to each of the recommendations. One of those recommendations has already been completed. That is how to create consistent notification on FERPA compliance issues. They are still working together with the peer team to try to establish this, but we wanted you to know that we do have our folks working on this, developing this, and responding to the recommendations of the KPMG audit. The next item has to do with our financials. This is our financial policies and procedures. And I will say this one was pretty broad around areas where there might have been a place or two where there was not compliance with policy. So we're digging into that and really taking a look at why that is the case. Is it a matter of training? Is it a matter that the policy is complex? And sometimes in our system, we have a policy that we work with every day and we know how it's supposed to work. But you get someone at one of the colleges who only has to follow this policy once every couple of months. And being able to refresh how people do that and be aware of it. So we're taking a look at all of those pieces around the financial processes and determining what are their policy items we should change? Are there procedural items we should change? How do we look at updating our current policies? This one will take us a bit, but we are working on some initial things to be completed by August around controls and how we establish that. So we have some working groups who are doing this. The Higher Ed Innovation LLC and Superlative Group, this was the title given to us by KPMG. This had to do with how we go about procurement. And when KPMG came back, they said that our policies and procedures were actually being followed fairly well and were consistent with what's in statute. We're actually doing this one well, but they came up with a couple of recommendations of some things we could do better. It is not that we are not considering that important, but we'd rather focus on the things that we need to fix first and then start looking at, here's some areas that we could improve. One involves creating a checklist for all of our processes. We do have some of those in place and we are enhancing them. But this had to do with our procurement processes, and by and large, those are actually functioning very well. We are looking at how we can do better, and we will do that. But we want to focus on those areas where we think policy and compliance needs some focus on our part first. On the marketing and PR recommendations, the initial work is all completed. Blair and her team have done a great job. There are a couple of areas where we're looking at some of the chart strings that they recommend, which are our account numbers, how we can work with our marketing team on that. But we're building an ongoing evaluation to make sure that that's being followed up with. And so Blair and team have done a great job. Personnel and unit investigation had to do with some of our policies and around compliance. In our workforce in particular, again, we have our Vice President for Human Resources, Bridget Cantor, working on this. We are trying to redevelop some of our policies in this particular area and be more consistent. We're also taking a look at our benefits as a whole. You'll hear a little more shortly about our OPEB trust and benefits, and how we look at compression will also be part of the work that's being done around personnel here. And we'll talk about compression when it comes to the budget items. But that is an area where we are working. On our pro cards, these are the cards that we use for purchases. We are reviewing this fairly in detail to make sure that we develop some procedures and policies that are consistent across all of our campuses without being too onerous. And that's kind of the difficult thing. So how do we make sure that people are able to make purchases, but that we get the right documentation in each place? And some of this has been as a result of staff turnover. We get new employees in, they're learning the system. How do we do this? So we've had a group that's already met to talk about how we use our pro cards, how we distribute the pro cards, and how we should manage that moving forward. We expect that there will be some final recommendations from this group by May of this year. Voluntary separation agreements. This is currently being addressed as well by Jessica Stegall and Bridget Cantor to take a look at KPMG's recommendations around this. This is something that's just been taken on recently as Jessica is getting settled, as we're talking through what should we do around voluntary separation agreements. That also was discussed with the presidents at the last PLT meeting, and so there's more to come related to that. The last one, and maybe one of the more important ones, has to do with our carry forward and fund balance. We'll talk more about this when we come to the reserves, but this was not something that was part of KPMG. They did not come back with any recommendations around this. We determined that we needed to understand, and I needed to understand, this one particular fund called Fund 99. It is primarily the fund that we use for all of our pension liabilities. And we wanted to make sure that we accounted for every dollar over the last 15 to 20 years. The group is working on that. It's taking some time. They started in early January. They are still working through all of the details around those dollars so that we can all understand that. And we'll have their first task on this was developing the right reserve policy so that we understand how much should be in reserve and how much we should be thinking about when we come to what we talk about as our carry forward or our fund balance. More of that to come in a later agenda item, but we wanted you to know that this was a priority for us. I know there were a lot of questions. I've seen a lot of different documents around this, and so we're actually, in essence, deconstructing the accounts and putting them back together to make sure we all understand what we're talking about, we're using the same terminology, and that we know what these funds include. This group is comprised of staff who have been here for a very lengthy period of time, and so know the back history. We have new people in place. We've included some of the new people who will be taking this going forward. We also included 2 business officers representing our colleges to make sure that there was transparency in what we did and that our colleges knew what we were doing and get their feedback if we had any concerns. So as I say, step number one had to do with the reserve policy. We'll be talking about that a little later in the agenda. But this was step one of that group's task, which is a pretty lofty task that we gave them. So it's not that we're ignoring it. It is not that on any of these items we've said this isn't important. We have made this a priority. We're trying to establish what should be the main things on which we focus. And we intend to report this to the audit committee each quarter as we go along so that we're accountable to you in your governance role, that you're aware that we're actually working on this and not just letting it go by the wayside. So I wanted to give you that update on where we stand with our forensic audit, but I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Okay.
Next item, financial report.
So now we will go into the financial report, and which I know everyone always waits for lots of the details around the financial report, but I'll try to give you a good overall sense and kind of a high-level picture of where we stand in our financial report. We have thus far in this fiscal year, and these numbers are through December 31st of 2024. The report reflects total operating revenues of $586,242,000, or about 65% of our revenues. And our statement of revenues and expenses reflects current operating expenses of $470,649,000. We have a strong net position at this point, which we'll talk through in a moment. But we're in a good place. We believe that not only here at System Office, but at each of our colleges, the funds are being managed well, that we're tracking what we're doing, and we'll give you a sense of some of the details of that here shortly. We've also included two other things in this financial report that we want to touch on. The trains item is an item that's been consistently part of this report. Just so you know where we are with this. For the second quarter, we'd approved 192 training projects with open commitments of $4,427,000. This will serve 240 companies, and the funds that have been reimbursed to the colleges for the active and closed projects through December totals $2 million, so about halfway there. We continue to work with the trains program. Jesse and her team are doing a great job. We just want to give you an update where we stand with that financially. The next item is something that we've decided we wanted to add and report to you again on a quarterly basis, and that is the OPEB trust. There have been a lot of questions around the OPEB trust. We want to be very transparent with you with where that stands and what we're doing with that. We have an OPEB trust committee that meets on a quarterly basis to review this particular trust. It was established with the idea of providing post-employment health insurance benefits to employees when some accounting rules changed, started in 2004 and had to be implemented thereafter. It required that we have the ability to pay out all of those responsibilities, all of those funds that were being held if we had to. In other words, it was kind of pay as you go. We would estimate each year how much we needed to pay out and we'd budget for that. The accounting rules said, no, you need to change that so you have all the money set aside and reserved set aside for all of your employees. So in 2009, the Board of Regents determined that they would complete that post-employment benefit was ended. It only exists for employees prior to 2009. And we manage this particular trust, which is set aside for those employees hired before 2009 who are part of this system. And so it involves a lot of dollars. It's there. We have an actuarial study that's now underway that we do every other year to determine how many employees continue in this program, how long we think the expectancy of the trust will be. As of last year, that trust was estimated to run through the year 2112, which is 30 years beyond the most extreme life expectancy of any one of our employees. So I will gladly let my successor get the funds back at the end of that trust. However, we are managing it to make sure that we fulfill this obligation and meet this requirement. One of the things we are doing this year as a result of board action at the September meeting is a request for proposal regarding the Medicare Advantage plan. That is something that we want to do on a regular basis and go out and try to get the best bid, try to make sure we're giving our employees as much benefit as we can while not draining the trust. And so the committee has been working on that. The request for proposal is going out, and we expect that that will be in place by January 1st of 2026. So overall, that's kind of the financial picture. You can see within your financial report as a whole, I'll just highlight a few things because I like to look at where I might see that there are some changes or some percentages that seem outside the norm. Our tuition and charges line item is at 95%. That's because by the end of the fiscal year, we get a good deal of our tuition. That's still in a good position. However, you notice last year we exceeded our 100%, but we were at 93% last year. So the reason that number is so high is because the tuition and charges tend to come in the first 6 months of the year, tends to be a larger percentage, though this is still high even for that number. When we look at the number that says non-credit tuition, you'll notice we've only spent 43% of that. This has to do with programs with our fire commission. Most of those programs occur within the spring. And so both the expenses and the revenues tend to happen in the spring. And so while we've spent a little less than 50%, this reflects that information. Our investment income, I would just highlight where we are with that. We've realized to date 120% of our budgeted target for the whole. I'm not sure how we'll feel about that when we get to June 30th of this year, but as of December 31st, we were in a good position. We have wise investments with the common fund. We have good financial managers who are handling that. And so we use that investment income. And then sales and services, that has to do with fees and other pieces that are related to tuition but aren't tuition itself. Those things, again, tend to come in earlier in the fiscal year than later in the fiscal year. Hence, you see we have 81% thus far in revenue. That's to be expected at about this time of year. On the expense side, we have a couple of areas. Student services. Some of this relates to increases in work-study personnel costs. We were about in the same neighborhood on public services as we were last year. It's just down a little bit this year as far as a percentage is concerned. But we are right on track for student services. And then student financial aid, that number, you see that a little higher. That also follows tuition and enrollment numbers. Some of why there's a significant increase in dollars as the result of higher Pell Grant eligibility this year. And so Pell Grants, we've seen more revenue that comes in, and then some of that money goes back out to our students. And so that's why you see it there in the expense line item. So that's our note on statement of revenue and expenses. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or I can move forward to our statement of net position.
Any questions for Todd?
Okay, statement of net position that we have, a couple of items that I wanted to call out here. Current cash and cash equivalents, you will see that number is fairly steady as opposed to last year. Under other current assets, you'll notice that number diminished a little bit. That was the result of a use of some escrow funds that we had set aside on the lease of this building. We had set escrow money aside. This year we purchased the building. We finished off paying for it, so we weren't paying the interest on that anymore. We used some of those escrow funds to complete that purchase, and so that's where you will see a decline there in the current assets.
We are now system office homeowners.
We are now system office owners. And then capital assets continues to increase due to some of our significant capital projects that we've had over the course of the last year. As buildings come online, they then become a capital asset that we see. That also includes improvements and things that have become completed during this first half of the year. And that's what that number represents. Deferred outflows and inflows on either side of this, those have to do with the pension system that's within Kentucky, our KERS and KTRS from employees who came from other systems. That's a number that's given to us. by the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We get that from our state retirement system, and we have to include that as our pension liability on that end. And then subscription liabilities have to do with some of those things that we do on an ongoing basis. One example might be if we had server storage space where we kept things. It's a subscription service that we have. It's like a magazine subscription, but it's something that we pay on a monthly basis ongoing. We have a contract. We know we have a liability for it through the end of that contract. And so there've been some accounting changes as to how we manage that on the accounting side. Those numbers are represented under the subscription liabilities. So any question on the expense side? And then I would just comment throughout the, as we look at our various colleges, et cetera, everything's running in the black. The one exception that you might note is the Fire Commission. It's because that they took some of their funds and used them for a Fire Commission project, the Fire Academy, and some of those funds were taken from their operating expenses to help fund that capital project. But it was managed and planned, so this was not dipping into their operational reserves. It was just managing cash flow so that they could get this building built. So as we go through, we are seeing that our colleges are doing a great job of managing their budgets. Tuition and enrollment increases help with that. But I think we're in a good place overall financially. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes the financial report. Again, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Financial report? Okay, Todd, we'll let our chair of our audit committee, Russ Cox, give the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you saw, Todd so eloquently talked about all the many audits that we're involved in. And, the culture that we seek to adopt and further and maintain as we go forward for this board, for this organization, is one of compliance and welcoming audits. I don't think it goes lost on anyone that your enemies, when they try to attack you, try to come at you from this angle. So the more that we welcome, the more that we act as every day as if the auditors could be coming the next day, the more that we as a board can show proper oversight and vigilance around the specifics of compliance, the better off we all are. And I think we've got a great plan, a great committee that looks at this. And I would obviously ask you to take a look at you know that the internal audit, one of those, the third bullet, I believe, that was on there, our internal auditors are Dean Dorton, and they work for us as a board. They do not report to anyone other than us. That's the independence that seek. I have a conversation with our auditors as your representative on a regular basis, just to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we're headed in the right direction. What you have before you today is the quarterly report from the audit committee that was shared with the audit committee in our meeting on the 27th. This reflects the information that was taken and audited and looked at for November, December, January from 24 into 25. If you could open that document, I'm not going to go through the entirety of it. I will tell you that as a committee, we do. I'll tell you that we tend to look, we're very color sensitive. When you look at audit findings, there's red, there's a gross orange, a yellow, and a gray. What you can see there's high risk, moderate risk, low risk. We obviously want to stay away from the red. We don't like the ugly orange. We prefer yellow. And what you can see is if you scroll down through here, there's really only 2 or 3 areas that got the ugly. If you can scroll down there, you'll see one of those orange brownish that really talks about training of staff, the need for additional training for staff on regulations surrounding document retention and the importance of monitoring it. I think as committee members, we'll take that. If we're going to have one of those ugly colors in there, we'll take that one. That's something that's easily remediated. It is important that we provide the proper training to individuals around document retention. I think we all know the importance of document retention, not only from a cost perspective from our IT world, but from a liability perspective as well. So we want to make certain that we're following that. If you scroll down a little bit further, you can see that there were some risks that were identified related to some communications, I guess, tied around the specifics of refunds and how those were handled. We got a high level of confidence that those things were remediated and systems were put in place that would improve that aspect. So again, you can read the entirety of the report. We felt very pleased, very confident. We think the culture of compliance as it relates to our audit process has really advanced over the past year and will continue to do so. So we've got a action item coming up that Todd's going to talk a little bit about related to a charter. And before I take any questions or turn it over to him, I will tell you that this is an important document, the charter. This is what we are charging the auditors who work for us with accomplishing with the next audit. So it needs to be really well thought through. I thought our committee did a great job of asking questions and making certain that the right things were included in the proposal for next year's audit. But that's a lot of what the charter is about. So if there are any questions about the quarterly update of the audit or the audit committee's meetings, be glad to entertain those.
Just a comment, but you don't mind it. We appreciate your work, appreciate the audit committee. I did not know this, but the audit committee did not exist 4 or 5 years ago. So
we're much better than that one.
Yeah. But we welcome this. I think that auditors are our friends. And if you also notice that when there is a finding, our staff is really quick to correct or cure those along the way as well, because we always have a status update about previous findings as well. And it seems like we always have a great response time on that as well.
And thanks for showing us up. I know. Okay. Any questions? Audit Chair Cox?
Nope. Just you're getting ready to talk about the charter, and we'll turn it back to you. Okay.
Let's do that. And then after that, we will take about a 10-minute break. Go ahead, continue.
So Dean Dorton, our internal auditors, came to management at the end of last year, early January, to discuss some changes that were happening in the world of internal audit and compliance related issues. One of those issues that I think is happening nationwide is that there are institutions where the internal auditor, people don't always see it as reporting directly to the board, that it does have a board reporting relationship. And so as a result, there are some mandates and other pieces that have been recommended to add to our charter to try to provide clarity. This did not result in my conversations with Dean Dorton as a result of anything that we weren't doing well. It was just to be more compliant and more clear about the relationship between the internal auditors, the audit committee, and the Board of Regents as a whole. And so you will note that there is a fairly lengthy charter. The entirety that's on the third page that begins with the words internal audit and then internal audit charter as provided by Dean Dorton in February. All of that is a complete rewrite of our current charter. But the focus of this charter is to make sure that everyone understands, we as management understand, that we work with them, we talk to them, we ask them questions. We often go to them with questions before there's an issue, like how would be the best way to approach this, so we make sure we do things in the right way to start with, rather than having to fix something after the fact. We have a good working relationship with them, but they don't ultimately report to management. They report through the audit committee to the Board of Regents. And so the primary purpose of this revision to the charter is to solidify that relationship and for you as a board to understand and be clear around what your authority is, what the mandate is, and that their reporting relationship is to you ultimately.
One point of clarification on that. This is a collaborative process. do not hear that relationship of them reporting directly to the committee as an exclusionary in any way. We view this as a very collaborative process that involves everyone, but from a reporting, if there is a need for specific things to be discussed outside, you need to have that relationship as an independent sort of relationship. But we very much, as a committee, view this as a collaborative process.
Okay. Any questions about the charter? If no questions, I will ask for a motion and a second to approve the charter, that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the proposed changes to the Audit Committee's charter. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Okay, parliamentarians to call. Take the vote.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion is passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Todd. It is 1:40. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back here at 1:50. Okay, we're back here at 154. Hey, before we go any further, I'd like to point out we have a special guest today, Mark Wells. He was on the Board of Regents a few years back. Mark, thank you for coming back, and thank you. Okay, Todd, you want to take off and talk about the Board of Regents required reserves?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've come into this year, I wanted to talk through some of the work that this Fund 99 group has been doing and their recommendations to Dr. Quarles and me around our required reserve. And I think, as I came in and I heard terms like carry forward and fund balance and reserve, I'm just trying to make sense of all that and understand all that. And what we're asking from the Board of Regents, what we're recommending to you as far as our reserve policy was fairly important. So I wanted to talk through with you how we're thinking about our reserve. This particular item and the board setting the reserve is in policy to be done at the March meeting. So we had a group that took a look at this in some detail to try to determine what should the right reserve be and how do we think about that? How do we would adjust it if we needed to in a way that doesn't seem overwhelming to our institutions, but also gets us to where we want to be. We see this as part of our financial stability to provide a safety net in the event of certain issues. And so we want to talk through a recommendation with you just a little bit. These basically are slides that indicate the reserve is designed to be untouchable unless there is something that really seems it's exigent circumstances that requires an institution take a look at and touch into their reserves. So let me talk a little bit about a couple of terms. Sometimes I'm going to use the term fund balance. Sometimes you will have heard it as carry forward or carry forward fund balance or the carryover. They're all fairly synonymous. There's slight nuances of meaning between them. But in essence, these are unexpended funds at the end of a fiscal year that any institution, any one of our colleges, fire commission, even the system office, that roll over to the next year. So if a college underspends, these are the monies that roll over to the following year. It can be either positive, it can be negative, where a college would have to look at a deficit. But the fund balance lives under the control of the particular institution. And so I'm going to use the term fund balance moving forward as opposed to the term carry forward, because I think there's been some confusion between the two. And so just for clarification that they basically mean the same thing. A required reserve is that specific subsection of an institution's overall carry forward that's set aside in reserve for unforeseen expenses and emergencies. And how we calculate that and the percentage that we are talking about is a calculation of what we're calling the institution's public funds. That is the total percentage of tuition and fees plus legislative appropriations. We don't include in that things like grants or gifts that institutions receive because those can fluctuate from year to year. We're looking at those fairly consistent funds. What should the reserve be as a percentage of these public funds? And last year, the board voted 3% would be that percentage. It's a minimum of 3%, maximum of 5%, but everybody has to set aside 3% at least to be able to be used as reserves. The rest of the carry forward is used by the colleges for such things as capital projects. They want to save up toward a capital project or a new building. They take that money and put it aside. If they want to start a new program that requires some investment in equipment or some investment in faculty, or they want to take on some other new initiative, they can do that because they have the use of these funds. And it allows them to start up something or to do something. Those funds live within the control of of the college presidents in those institutions. The reserve is an amount set aside in case of really extreme emergencies. And so I want to make sure that we clarify the distinction between the two and indicate that what we're asking for from you is to set that amount of what the reserve is. We're not asking for any transfer of that. We're not asking for anything to come from the colleges to the system office. All we're asking for is an amount that we would set aside, which is required by board policy. And so just to give you a sense of how those things interact, and we didn't want to get into all the details of every college, but if we take everybody's fund balance together and we take a look at what portion of the reserve, what portion of that fund balance is reserve, the overall pie chart here, it represents the total fund balances for our institutions. The slice in orange represents the current reserve balance, which is 3%. And we're going to propose to you, and we'll explain to you why in a moment, why we'd like to see that reserve balance move to a minimum of 3.25%. Not a huge amount, but we want to explain how we got there and why we got there. So you'll see, maybe you can see that little gray sliver. That represents the total amount across our institutions for the additional amount that we'd be asking for, that 0.25% that we would be looking at of that fund balance. We took a look at all of these various organizations and college systems and tried to take a look at, what do they use in reserves? There were all kinds of different institutional settings. So Virginia and Massachusetts were toward the bottom. They have a minimum of 5%. It goes all the way up to North Carolina has a reserve goal of 25 to 50%. And most of them are somewhere between 5 and 25% within their system or within their organization that they would set aside. And to try to do this a little bit graphically, if you note up here, the yellow bars represent the target balance that places would like to see. The blue bars represent what these systems actually have in place. So some of them, you'll notice that they don't actually have as much as they're working toward. Ivy Tech is the one that actually has a 50% reserve set aside in the event of an emergency. But KCTCS at the mark of 3% is actually the lowest of all of these institutions at which we looked. You'll notice that we also got some recommendations from NACUBO, which recommends 25% of annual budget, Inside Higher Ed, 40% of annual budget. The Common Fund recommends 25 to 50%, and Government Finance Officers Association a target of 3 to 6 months. So we recognize that we are on the lower end of the reserve scale to try to set aside and how we take a look at that. And so the Fund 99 group, again, looking at as we start thinking about what are in these funds and how much should we have in reserves, what are the appropriate amounts? We wanted to start with the question, both for timing purposes, but also to think theoretically, well, where do we start with our reserve? What should that reserve amount be? And in working with, again, we had 2 college representatives on there to try to make sure we had transparency to hear how things went forward. So what we are proposing, we're actually going to be asking you, we've recommended that we move from a basic amount from 3% to 3.25%. Our ultimate goal, but we want to review it after 1 year and talk with our institutions and see how it's going before we come back with another increase. We'd like to think about maybe a 0.25% increase over the next 8 years to get us to that 5%. That doesn't overtly impact the college's fund balances terribly. It gives them time to prepare and to think about it. They would know in essence how much is coming. Should there be some kind of financial situation that we don't anticipate right now, it does give us the opportunity to say we're not recommending we do that next year. We're going to be asking you just for this year, but we'd like to think about a 0.25% increase in the reserve amount over the course of 8 years to get us to that 5%. And that would still be at the low end of our peer institutions. We're going to ask 3.5 system-wide, but we'd like to take a look at system office of setting aside ultimately 10%, working at a 0.7% increase annually over the course of 10 years. And we see the system office reserves as being that which can address issues that may happen more system-wide. So a college may have a reserve, and eventually it might get to a place where it needed to be able to step in and do something in a case of something local. If we have flooding, as we've had, that encompasses more than one campus, and a college wasn't able to come up with the reserves even to be able to do that, we would have a system-wide reserve that would be able to step in and support our colleges and help them along the way. And so that would be the purpose of building up the system office reserve, is that we could do things more universally. Again, if a college goes through this process, there's still that fund balance that they have. We're only asking for a small portion of that to be the absolute emergency reserve. Something else comes in, there's a boiler problem that they need to fix. They have some fund balance to be able to work with that. We're looking at the absolute bottom after they've gone through everything else, that they would have roughly 80% or more of their fund reserve. If something really extreme happened, how much are we setting aside in our reserve policy? And so we would then say any use of the reserves, and this is in policy, has to receive explicit approval from the system president. If college got to that place where there was something that was really emergent, why we want to be able to provide that, and they would need to use their available fund balance before going to the reserve. That gives them lots of leeway. Again, we're not trying to be to take anything from the colleges. We are not trying to somehow affect them negatively. We're just trying to say we need to get a reserve that's consistent with our peer institutions, and we want to do it in a gradual way that doesn't in any way affect their general operations. And we want to be able to preserve the college's reserves, but allow some support for things that may be unknown at the time we're setting forward our budgets. So this work group, we're going to continue a work group that includes sustainability, impact, and effectiveness of the reserve policy. We want to review this on a regular basis. We will continue to bring this to you as a recommendation every March. But we wanted to make sure we all understood what the terms were, what we had in what our colleges have, what we're setting aside for reserve, and what we're asking from you. And so the basic ask is for an increase to 3.25% to reserve to provide financial stability, to provide some resilience in case of other issues that may come, and to provide some ability, as we're going to be looking at our bond, the ability to bond potentially down the road. This would actually help us as we're getting bond ratings from some places like Moody's. This would allow us to be able to have fund balances that are consistent within higher education. And so that's basically how we came to this number this year, the process that we went through. And I would stand for any questions before we ask for this.
To or not to consider a line of credit as for your reserve versus cash on hand that is less valuable year over year? I'm just curious.
Right.
Is there a reason to do it?
Yeah, I think that, and I won't speak for the committee, I'll just say from my own perspective, institutions can still do that if they choose to do it. We just want to make sure that there's something that's set aside. And again, this amount has been set by the board. We haven't looked at it because there's no allowance in board policy for a line of credit, but an institution could certainly look to do that. Okay.
Question. Todd, I would assume that we've had a problem in the past years with raises and colleges not having enough money. So basically the presidents would, and I'm using this term from my understanding, chip in and give them money. So if we do that now, it's going to come from Dr. Qualls. I mean, if the board decides that if a college doesn't have the money, then it's Dr. Qualls is not problem, but to find a solution. Am I correct in that?
Well, currently we ask all the colleges to put aside 3% up. That's what's baked into the budgeting process, which you all will act upon at the June meeting.
Yes.
And of course, we'll be having a conversation about compression here in a little bit, but that's the current budgeting model that we use. So 3% set aside for the next fiscal year.
So, yeah, well, okay, thank you.
But all of the reserves would be at his discretion to approve.
Yes.
all the colleges and the system.
Right. But that large segment that's fund balance, that can be handled at the colleges themselves. So there's roughly 87% of their fund balance is still theirs to use for projects as they so choose. We're just saying this part down here, this 3.25% of their public funds, that's not touchable. We need you to make sure everybody keeps that in reserve.
I really like the idea of the longer progression to get it to that point, especially 10% for the system.
Just a couple top line comments here. So Nakubo, we're looking at that. We're looking at what other systems are doing across the United States, including our benchmarks as well. A commitment to transparency and policy here too. I think that's another thing that I hear is, anybody can open the books and look at our budgets, having better explanation about the proper use of these funds and also separating out between what a reserve policy is versus a fund balance. We oftentimes hear there's confusion between the two. I think this is a good start. We have a long runway on this. So it's not a dramatic knee-jerk reaction that this is planned out, and we'll go up to 5. And then the other thing is as recently as yesterday morning, with a call with other university presidents in Kentucky, this subject came up. There's reserve policies for accreditation purposes. Other universities now looking at other programs to offer. Sometimes the accreditors look into this, and of course, bonding capacity as well. So this is not a conversation unique to KCTCS, but it's happening across the other publics right now in Kentucky.
So what will the 10% for the system office be based on? Because we don't really receive tuitions and
Correct.
complications.
It would be a result of the funds that we do receive ultimately from chargebacks from the colleges that we would use.
I'm going.
I'm looking at Ben over there in case he's shaking his head no drastically because he led that committee, but that was what we did.
Okay, any other discussion about the reserves? Yes, Marty.
So on some of those ones that have the really large savings, how are they funded? Because I know we've gotten that before about the different funding models that we're kind of interested in because the legislature funds us.
Right.
And so is that going to be a problem? Does the legislators want to have a nice slush fund or not have a slush fund? I mean, what's I don't call it slush fund, emergency reserve.
Legislature does not want us to have any slush fund.
Neither does your CFO.
This last thing, I'm kind of.
But we're seeking input from them as well.
Right.
And I'll just give you one quick example.
Okay.
The public audit 2023 talked about the $75 million carry forward fund. Well, we're actually deep diving that right now. We want to make it very clear that there's not $75 million of unused assets sitting at the system office. That actually quite a bit of that's already obligated. Quite a bit of that is actually already in restricted accounts with limitations on it. And so this is helping us as well have a better relationship with the General Assembly as we kind of dig our way out of the audit phase of KCTCS and move into the proactive, this is the plan going forward. And that's why we're using the term fund balance from going forward. That way it helps have more clarity to the situation. But you bring up a great question. What is the appropriate amount that the General Assembly wants us to be at? And that's a question that we're going to have with them in the years to come. But it's also important for us to always be looking at what other states are doing, NACUBO standards, but also what the 4-year publics are doing as well. It puts us on a path.
I think it's only smart to have some reserves because over the course of years, we've had our ups and downs, especially when the legislator the state didn't have money. And we had to cut positions. So this would be really smart to have some funds available. So if things like that happen. Any other discussion?
I would just add that this is not a new concept. We want you to understand what the 3.25% of what we're talking about, what the colleges still have at their disposal. And so we're just asking for what's traditionally been about 3% to be bumped up to a minimum of 3.25%.
So what we're asking for this motion is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approves setting aside a 3.25% budget reserve of state appropriations and tuition and fees, less system-wide contracts for year 2025 and 26. Right? Okay, we have a motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion, second? Second by Marty?
Chair Mark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
The motion is passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So Doug, while you're still there, you want to talk about the resolution on bonding authority?
Certainly. So as we've looked this year at how we function as KCTCS in relationship to the other institutions in the state, we realized that there's statute that allows us to have bonding authority through a certain process, but we have not availed ourselves of that ability. This does not mean that we're ready immediately to start issuing bonds. we'd have a lot of groundwork to do ahead of that time, but we'd like to be able to bring this forward, to be able to promulgate the regulations to allow us to do bonding authority should we choose to do it in the future. So it's creating the regulations within the Commonwealth statutes that allow us to do that. Whether we do that in the future or not will become an issue for further conversation. We would just like the opportunity to do that. And so you will note that there are some legal authorities within this, but the first step within that process is that there needs to be a board resolution that indicates that they're electing the authority to issue bonds. And so you will see in your packet of information that there is a resolution to that extent. And just for the matter of public record, I'm going to read through that. Whereas the Kentucky Post-Secondary Education Improvement Act of 1997 created the Kentucky Community and Technical College System as the Commonwealth of Kentucky's 9th institution of post-secondary education and established the KCTCS Board of Regents as the system's governing board. And whereas the governing boards of Kentucky's public post-secondary institutions may elect to perform certain financial management functions by promulgating administrative regulations. And whereas the Kentucky Community and Technical College System has promulgated administrative regulations to implement certain provisions of KRS 164A 555 through 164A 630. Now, therefore, the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents, under the provision of KRS 164A 560, elects the authority to issue bonds subject to the conditions set forth in KRS 164A 605 and promulgate the necessary administrative regulations to do so. So this is what we bring forward to you as a request that the board elect the authority to issue bonds on behalf of KCTCS.
So again, Mr. Chairman, so this is two motivations here. Number one, this comes out of our SJR work last year about regulatory review and reform, and this is one that we flagged. Secondly, as your president, I want to make sure we have the same tools that the public 4 years have. And so we may never elect to issue bonds. We may never use them, but this allows us to have the regs already promulgated if that would be a tool that we elect to use in the future with your approval.
So this is just another tool in our toolbox.
Correct.
If needed. So we're only approving that. We're not approving for us to issue bonds.
Correct. Correct.
Any questions? Yes.
Give me an example of what the bond would be used for.
If a bond might be a particular major capital project that we want to take on, we would go out and seek those bonds rather than going to the state to do that on our behalf. We could, based on our financial position, have bonds issued in the name of KCTCS rather than through the state as a whole. So it'd be major projects, major capital expenditures. We would bond to do that if we so chose to.
Okay, but for the building things, if it goes over $1 million, they still got to go through us, right?
We would have to go, yes, it would have to come back to you for approval, and any bond that we issued would have to come back to the board for the approval of that particular bond. This would just give us the authority to do it outside of the state system. You know, without going to them to ask for the funding for it, we could go get the funding directly.
Okay.
Other questions?
So this is actually just a nosy question. So are we actually the only public education institution in the state who can't currently issue bonds?
That's a great question because last year we actually sought out legal advice on this, that some folks thought we did not have the authority to do it. But our legal team, we reviewed KRS, is that we can, it's just that we have to have the regulations in place to follow. And so at one point there was thought that we would have to ask the General Assembly for the authority, but as you all know, I think a couple administrations ago, there was the Build Smart initiative to actually use funds, and students who actually are paying down the bond debt right now with an $8 student fee per credit hour to pay back that bond right now. But to answer your question is we can. This just, again, allows us to have the reg already in place. If you all approve it, this may never be used, but this is just putting us on parity with the public 4 years.
So what you're asking is, are we the only one that has not issued bonds?
Yeah, I was
Oh.
asking a question. You answered.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
okay then. So
Just out of curiosity, you said right now the $8 fee that the students pay, as part of paying down a bond debt. So in the event that this bond thing was utilized, would that mean additional fees on the students?
It could or it could not. Depends on how you all as a board instruct us if in the event bonds are issued about how we want to repay those. And some institutions do that. There's various student fees. Others will use part of other parts of their budget to pay down bonds as well.
I think ultimately we'll either get funds donated, it'll come through tuition, or it'll come through state funding. So it's one of those three ways.
Todd, anything else on this?
No, I think
Answer.
that
Thank
covers it. That covers it really well.
Okay, so we have a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the resolution on bonding authority. Do we have a motion?
So move. And this is one of the best things, Ryan, that we've had for capital construction. This is tremendously potential, as the chairman says, with financial support outside. The colleges can commit money, and we can really improve the quality of our structures or facilities. And I vote yes.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Well, we got a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
Chair Barton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
The motion is passed unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, Todd.
I believe the next item is Bridget Cantor for ratification of personnel actions.
Yes.
It's online.
Okay, she joined us online.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, my apologies for not being able to join you there in person, but you have in your board materials this afternoon the personnel action report for the period of November 1st, 2024 through February 1st of 2025. You'll note that in this period, KCTCS, again, unfortunately, lost 5 employees. Danny Bailey from Ashland Community and Technical College, Sherman Bush from Jefferson Community and Technical College, Deanna Butler, Maysville Community and Technical College, Edward James of Somerset Community College, and Ricky Frazier from the System Office. If you would, please, I would ask that you join me in a moment of silence just to honor those employees that we've lost, their families, as well as their colleagues. Thank you. As you're looking through the personnel report, just a couple of things to note. So as of November 1st of 2024, the total employee count for the system as a whole was just over 3,900 employees. So it's 3,903 to be exact. When you're looking through that in terms of the number of resignations, and I'll be honest, when I looked at that resignation number at first, I went, gosh, that seems a little high. So just did a little digging. It really is not. It's pretty standard for us. Typically, our highest turnover periods of time for the system happen either at the end of the calendar year. It's when we see a lot of turnover, and then at the end of the fiscal year. So at the end of June. But just to give you a little bit of background to that as well, and looking at of those employees that left. So of those that left, only 44 of those employees actually completed that exit interview that we provide to all employees who leave employment with us. And this session, it was a little bit interesting because the number one reason for them leaving, while better opportunity continued to be a theme that we've seen all along, there was a shift, though, in what better opportunity actually, how they were defining that. And it was actually more related to benefits. So the number one reason was actually tuition assistance and then retirement plans. So it was an interesting shift that for the first time, I think in a little bit, it wasn't as much compensation, specifically salary related, but more so on that benefit side of the house. But I'm happy to take any questions that you have with regards to the personnel report.
Yes.
Thanks. Hey, Bridget, it's Brianna.
Hey, Brianna.
Of course it is. So I have a question, and I'm glad that your report is here. So just recently, it has been brought to my attention that in that exit interview, and you're like, that's a really small percentage completed.
Correct.
Right. And I know we were working to move to where we really got that, we got more information back. My question now is, what is done with that information on a local level, at the college level, when those employees do actually complete the exit interview? Where does it go? Because from my understanding is, like, say their supervisor never sees it, that it just kind of stays and hangs out in HR. And is that typical or is that atypical?
So I don't want to make any generalizations, honestly, Regent Whitten, as it relates to what happens at each of the colleges, because that would be presumptuous on my part, to be quite honest. But the HR leadership at every location does have access to that exit interview data. So typically what happens, like I'll speak to the system office, for example. So we look through that and we're looking for trends, right? Or we look for things that are glaring from a legal perspective as well, right? Like, so sometimes you will see things that people will put in those exit interviews that you think, you know what, I want to make sure that I follow up with that employee on that. Generally speaking, when there are trends like that or things that HR sees, they're looking to address that locally. Now, how they do that specifically, I'd have to get some more, have some more conversation with the HR leadership at those specific locations to see how they're doing that, because it probably is differing a little bit from location to location.
So so there is no consistent policy across KCTCS on what happens with that information.
Correct. That's correct.
And then just, can you speak to the vacancies again? Because we continue to have those faculty vacancies. I know that's actually down quite a bit, like to 32, I believe is the number, but the staff vacancy is still pretty high. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, and so those are going to vary as well, right? So in some instances, those vacancies are vacancies that you're holding on to for budgetary reasons. So a lot of the colleges, and even at the system office as well. So there are vacancies, but we're looking at those and we're monitoring and we're evaluating, do we really need those positions, right? So that will be a good portion of those. Oftentimes, again, because of this time period of this personnel report as well, you're going to have that transition period where people have left. We hit institutional closing, those sorts of things. It just takes us a little bit longer to get employees back on board come the first of the year. But a lot of times with a lot of these, it is that us evaluating and trying to figure out, do we actually need that position? And you'll see then into the next budget cycle is when a lot more of those trying to fill those positions occurs.
Thank you.
I'll kind of piggyback off that. If we could, if you could talk to the colleges and the
Absolutely.
HR and the presidents to come up with some kind of consistent reporting or consistent policy on how that information, through all of our SJR and our Huron projects. I mean, we have been trying to anticipate to have more consistency throughout the colleges. So this would be another good point of emphasis. if you don't mind.
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
and every PLT, we're talking about this, and it's part of Mallory's job as well as Bridget, is about consistency and uniformity when appropriate across the system. So this is bucket number 3 of SJR policy changes.
Can I ask, Bridget, who
Yeah.
does the exit interviews?
So ours is an electronic process, Regent Cox. So it is an electronic survey that all employees get. And then, like I said, so once they complete that and then HR is looking at it, if there is an actual follow-up, oftentimes then there's a follow-up conversation based upon what's in the responses to that survey.
Yeah, more for me that you really don't care, just file it away. We shifted completely away and outsourced it to a third party and let everybody know because we weren't getting candid responses.
Mhm.
We weren't getting it the real reason. And when we went on record as saying, we have nothing to do with this place, we're doing the exit interviews, they're trying to get better, tell us what we need. And then they create the reports that go directly back.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it's just for what it's worth. Nobody likes
Absolutely. Thank
exit
you.
interviews. Nobody
No.
wants to do them.
it's like performance
When you're gone,
evaluations.
You're gone.
Did you get
Yeah.
better participation?
Oh, we got way better. And
Okay.
Yeah.
here's what we got. We got the ones who did have a reason that they were leaving that they didn't want to tell us. So,
Mhm.
the first blush I got was, holy cow, this is horrible. And then I realized, no, this is what was there. You just weren't getting
You
it.
didn't know it. You
Right.
just disclosed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, Chair Martin, I would I'm seeking a motion to approve to ratify the personnel action report.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Brianna, second.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you,
Thank
Bridget.
you.
Okay, Todd, you're back up with the tuition.
So it was requested by the Policy and Planning Committee that we just update you on our tuition setting process, particularly as we start the next conversation around budget. How does our tuition setting take place? Where does it fit in the timeline? And so we'll be talking about the various pieces that go into the budget in the next agenda item. But we wanted to specifically call out, how does tuition get set and how does that get determined? So we have conversations at various levels, primarily with CPE, the Council on Post-Secondary Education, who make recommendations to their board as to what they think our tuition increases should be over the next 2-year biennium. We've been in conversations with them. We don't have a definitive answer for you at this point. That board meeting occurs on April 18th, which does make it difficult in the budget process for us to do anything any sooner in the year, because we have to wait for CPE to tell us what our ceiling is on our tuition. And then we take that back and build it in with folks at the budget level. The one thing I think is important to note is the last biennium, it was no more than $7 per student credit hour over a 2-year process. And so it was implemented as $4 the first year, $3 the second year. But we are awaiting definitive guidance from CPE. We've asked the question, are they planning on any tuition freezes? And what we've heard basically that's not official is up to this point we shouldn't anticipate anything lower than we currently have had, the $7. So we are looking at that, but as part of this process, this is how it works, and so we have to wait for that piece to be able to plug into the budget numbers, to be able to figure out how we balance everything within our budget. And it's why the budget doesn't come to you at the March meeting, it comes to you at the June meeting, because we have to wait for that particular component within the budget setting timeline. So I provide that as an update because we were requested to do that by the Policy and Planning Committee. I would be available if you have any questions about that process.
A comment, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that has always bugged me as a former CPE representative nearly 20 years ago, is that the budgeting timeline for all public institutions in Kentucky is there's a lot of uncertainty. And as former members of General Assembly, you know, on budget years, the budget is usually enacted or approved, veto or no veto, by April 15th. CPE doesn't let us know what the ceiling would be. And of course, there used to not be ceilings. I think it was around 2008, 2009, I actually helped write that policy. I was a student member until around 2009 or 2010. So you've got an uncertainty about what the state appropriation may be. Then a few days later, same month, then you get to determine what your tuition rates might be or up to that. Meanwhile, students are determining where they want to go to college. What's the best route? What's the best fit? What's the affordability factor? We're waiting on FAFSA. We're waiting on rewards to come back. And then it's not until June that our board and other boards make that determination on the budget and the tuition policy. So this would be, for those paying attention, bucket number 4 of SJR 179 about things that affect all higher education in Kentucky. Is there's any way, I don't think we can change when the budget comes out, Regent Girdler, but perhaps we can say, CPE, could you let us know earlier in the year? At least provide a little bit more certainty so that by the March meeting, maybe we don't take action on it, but we can start having a conversation about future budgeting needs. And then let's also not forget that as a public institution, you know, cuts can be instituted or asked for at any moment. So there's always been like this timeline, like turbulence, I guess you could say, leading up, not just for KCTCS, but all of us. And that's something that I would hope perhaps in our lifetime, we can maybe have a cleaner route, cleaner timeline, but you can wish for anything, I guess, but I'll get off my soapbox.
Okay. This is just for information purposes, for setting us up for future.
All right, so my last item has to do with our budget scenarios, and to give you a sense of what we're looking at as far as budget is concerned, what pieces we're putting in place. And so we'll talk through each of those as we come to them. But the first has to do with our state appropriation. And because it's set in the biennial budget, we know what the state appropriation will be for the 25-26 budget year. We do have our base appropriation and our inflation adjustment, which you will see there represents $172,696,000. That is set for us, and we will be fairly soon putting together our budget request for the next biennium. We do, however, have certain mandated programs above what we generally think of as the KCTCS budget. We have $1 million for adult agriculture. We have $1.8 million for state fire and rescue. We have the $4.149 million for KCTCS trains. We have money set aside for fire and tornado insurance. We will be receiving this next year $1 million to KCTCS that was built into the last biennial budget to support the forensic audit that was done. And then West Kentucky received a one-time appropriation for its aviation program to the amount of $1.4 million. And then we have our performance funding pool, which we're estimating for the budget year is $25,281,000. How that's divided is we're still in the process of doing some of those calculations, but we begin our budget by taking a look at what we know around our appropriation and how we build that in and what we think about as far as appropriation is concerned. And then the second piece we pull in has to do with tuition, which we just discussed. Our current in-state tuition is $189 a credit hour. Out of state is $260 a credit hour for the upcoming year. And again, that's subject to what happens with CPE's recommendation. To give you a sense of how much that affects us, every $1 increase in the credit hour rate corresponds to approximately $1.2 million of revenue across the system. And that's calculated based on the number of credit hours. We subtract waivers that are put in. We have a calculation for how we figure out waivers. And so a $3 increase then would become 3.6 million across the state. There are other pieces that go into this, our employee benefits, insurance, and then utilities. We build those things up, our property and casualty insurance, utility costs. None of those things ever seem to go down per year, right? We have to take those on as they come to us. And so we're expecting those to increase, though we've not seen specific numbers around some of those things. And then employee compensation. And the board has in the past requested that when we do bring our budget recommendation to you, we begin with a 3% compensation increase, which will be fairly significant here as we talk through it. So we're building that in as a placeholder at this time. And then as we know more around what CPE tells us, what other costs are, we can then take a look at how we might need to adjust that one way or another based on the reality of where appropriation is, where our tuition dollars are, et cetera. And so there are other pieces that are involved in this. The one that I think we have a lot of interest around is the issue of compression. And Bridget and I will tag team that conversation a bit here, but I think what we've been looking at this year is that 3% that we're looking at is the total that we know of at this moment that we can spend on compensation. So anything that we do for compression has to work within that 3%. And I want to tee that up with you as the board, because as we look at that, we'd love to fix compression if there was an influx of dollars from somewhere, and there just isn't. So as we take a look at how we think about compression, the ways that we might address it, we're trying to look at that within that 3% compensation increase that we're building into the budget. It's for us, we recognize we'd love to do more. It's not a matter of willingness. It's a matter of what do we do in a fiscally responsible way, and how do we manage this going forward. And so we have been talking about how we approach this, how we look at this. Bridget and I have had a lot of conversations, and Bridget's kind of taken point on evaluating some of that. So Bridget, I'm going to turn it over to you a little bit to talk about compression itself.
Sure, thanks, Todd. So I think, to kind of start this off, because there are some new regents there in the room. And as Todd and I talked about this, and Dr. Quarles and with the leadership, we thought it's probably a little bit just to kind of take a hair of a step backwards to look historically. So in that board materials that you have in front of you, there's a historical timeline of compensation increases for us as a system. And so when you look at that and you look at any number of years that are in red where no salary increases were given at all, you're also going to find in there are certain years where perhaps we did a one-time payment, but it was not money that was actually added to the base salaries of employees. It was more like a bonus, so to speak. So all of that historical context there, where you can see that then when we hit that 7% in 22-23, that was really the big shift that this board took. It was time to put employee compensation at the forefront of our budgeting process and not at the end, which I think we could all agree historically that oftentimes happened, that we covered everything else, make sure we could cover everything else, and then what was left was how we tried to address employee compensation. So there's been a commitment that's been made by this board. And I think that when we talk about compression, I think it's important to know we got here over this course of time, right? Because of any of the number of things. So whether it was the lack of salary increases, there were things that happened as well in terms of we did change salary structures, but oftentimes we were changing the midpoint, but we weren't adjusting the minimum. So it allowed us to bring people in at higher salaries, but we weren't then adjusting the people that were down here at the lower end of those pay bands as well. We didn't historically do an evaluation very often of our compensation program and positions and benchmark those to market. So what this board has done in conjunction with the administration at the colleges and at the system office is has made that commitment to say, okay, these are the things that the steps that we've kind of already taken, which are steps towards addressing compression, even though we don't specifically think of them because there's not necessarily dollars tied to, okay, yeah, we've allocated however much money specifically to employee salaries per se, but there are things that we have done. So we've changed the policy, like we talked about, that financial policy of requiring that 3% budget on the front end of our budgeting practices. We did the Huron compensation study, which did align us to market and benchmarked us to our counterparts with Coupa market data. We adjusted employees based upon that, set a salary structure, and we've committed as part of that that there will be a 2-year review of those positions against that market data as well. So all of those things have happened. So there are steps that have occurred and things that have happened as it relates to compression thus far. But the big question, obviously, that continues, to come up and that we keep talking about is, okay, well, what's next? So what is occurring right now is we have run all sorts of draft analysis of data using that compensation software platform that we have utilized, as well as just our own manpower at the system office. And we have looked at all sorts of different factors. So those factors that we're evaluating right now are anything from years of service. We are looking at years of service in different models as it relates to years of service. We're looking at perhaps there are specific employee groups where when we look at turnover rates, where we have high turnover, that perhaps we want to specifically identify and target those employee populations. We've looked at just saying, okay, perhaps it's just we look at not based upon turnover, but one specific employee group, whether that's based upon pay bands, whether that's based upon employee status. So we've looked at things like that as well as part of the factors and the variables. We looked at retention rates as it related to the strategic plan of KCTCS as well. So there's a lot of different factors and drafts that we are tossing around right now with the leadership of the colleges as well as at the system office. So that way, as Todd kind of teed up in the beginning of this conversation, that when we know what that actual budget is, then Dr. Quarles and his leadership will be ready to kind of go forth at that point with, okay, this is the factor and the variables for us to then implement come July 1st. Turn it back to you, Todd.
So I think as we have looked at this, obviously, because there are some factors here we don't know, we don't have specifics around what we want this to do. We want you to know, though, we've taken a hard look at this. We've tried to come up with some different approaches as to how we look at addressing compensation and our compression issues in the long term. So we are taking a hard look at that. But when we look at this particular year around our budget, based on what we know now, things may change, but based on what we know now, we're trying to work within that 3%. If we can do more, we'd love to be able to do more. We want to treat our employees well, but those are kind of the approaches that we've been taking, and we wanted to give you an update on that. And we can either engage in conversation around that now if you would like, or I can finish the rest of the items and come back to this.
I'm sure we'll engage that conversation now.
Okay, good.
So James Lee would like to start.
Todd, would it be possible, I know we're talking about salary increases for staff, tuition, but would it be possible to see the scenario of the last 3 or 4 years of administrative cost at the college level and at the system level, what that cost is spread over like for the last at least 4 years is what I'm saying, type of situation. Because we're hunting for money and, I want to be fair with everyone is we want to give as much as we can to our faculty and staff, but we want to reduce as much burden as we can for our students. So if we can get that prior to the budget coming in June, if we could have that, I think I would like to have that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will make note of that.
One of the other charges I think we should make is, with all of the means of efficiencies through the Huron report and SJR with resource reallocation, with space utilization reductions. I think we should make a effort from the system and from each of the colleges to take a portion of those savings and apply them directly to compression, to compensation compression. And I'm not saying what percentage or whatever, but I do think that that should be the mindset, that with the savings that we are deriving through our means of efficiency, that we make a concerted effort to use some of that to help with compression. If everything stayed constant right now, how would we approach the 3%?
We have a couple of scenarios, but it would involve a portion, because we want to continue with our commitment to cost of living increases for all of our staff, but create a percentage of that that would be addressed for compression. I would say I'm leaning towards, so I'll speak just for myself, toward something along the lines of based on years of service at this point, and trying to calculate that and trying to do something so that we start like we're doing with the reserve. Even if it doesn't get us all the way there, we're taking it in chunks a year at a time and taking a look at it. So I think that's where I would be leaning at this point toward putting that together. What that percentage is at this point, there's been a lot of different variables around that and a lot of different opinions on that. So I don't want to speak for all of my collective peers or Dr. Quarles, but I think we'd like to see that there be something where we continue to keep people at the right pace while still trying to catch some people up in the process. The best way possible.
Other questions?
Yeah, so I know you were not here, and Dr. Quarles, I know you weren't here. So but back in 21, when we're starting to have the rock conversations, and before we get into Huron and before the 7% increase, you know, we were, I think at the end of that, I don't know if that was closer, memory fails, 22, 23, where we actually were provided, those of us who've been here and during that time, remember the 4 options, and the greatest increase, of course, was going to be with staff. So, I mean, is the baby out with the bathwater? Have we thrown all of that information out? I feel like we have studied this to death, and I think that is where, and I'm of course speaking on behalf of faculty and staff, because I hear from both. I think Marty's having the same conversations with folks, you know, that are contacting him. You know, the 3% was kind of like, we're always going to do 3%, but now you're saying we're going to do 3%, but within that, we're going to fix compression within the 3%. So we're not actually going to increase, we're not going to give you a 3% raise. We're going to give you a 2.25% raise, and then we're going to take the other 0.75% and try to address compression. But then some of us, when those numbers come out, some of us are going to skyrocket in different areas, right? So that 0.75%, I don't math. Everybody knows I don't math. That's not going to be enough. So that's what I'm saying. So if we continually don't act on compression, it's just going to be compounded every time, right? So that's, I guess, to you, I know that's unfairly to you, but how do you see that going? Or where do you see that going, I guess?
Well, I think that's a fair question. And I think that's something we're really struggling with, is where are our budget realities, and how do we address this in a way? Because I think the 3% that the board has requested actually keeps moving us forward and keeps our employees moving in the right direction. How do we do that? And then address some things that have occurred over a very long period of time that we have to fix. And so one of the first things I would say is, I don't know that we certainly can't fix it in 1 year. We can address it though. We can address it. And so what we're trying to do is try to find a way to walk that tightrope between making sure people move forward and addressing compression. And it's why we bring it to you. If you think that we ought to be looking in a different direction, we can certainly look in that different direction. But we've begun with the premise that there's no additional funding. So where would that money come from if we did more? Well, maybe that means that we have to make cuts in other areas to accomplish that. And so we're trying to balance all of that in an appropriate way. And I get it. Like, if I'm an employee who's been here 25 years and I don't feel like I'm where I am, we want to treat those employees well. But it's hard finding the balance to be able to do all of that.
I don't think there is a good answer. You know, the only way that you any way change compression is to reduce salaries. That's the only thing, and you're not gonna do that. It's the only way that you mitigate compression. It's gonna get worse. I'll tell you, in healthcare, through the years, we've looked at it, and I hate to always go back to this, but it's the only answer I know. We've always looked at it as you can't solve everything all the time. We go to the higher, closer to the bedside
Yeah.
and the most difficult to recruit. And apply as much as we can to the compression there, fully knowing and being very transparent that we're doing it that way. And then saying other job families will come as we go, but you're not gonna, my opinion, you're not gonna solve this in one tranche of anything. You know, this is gonna be lots of rifle shots, but with a very transparent strategy as to who gets priority.
Well, and I think that's kind of where we are now as a faculty and staff holistically across the system. It's just time to have action, right? It's time to have a strategy on how to address it. And to say, you know, your bedside, I love it. I repeat it to everybody. I was like, do you remember the time that Russ Cox said the people that are at the, yes, that is a great philosophy to have. But, you know, we had a history, and I know Dr. Kilburn that you do not know this, but we had a history of hiring in faculty at low. And then this comes the phrase that I will retire or die before I hit market. I'm one of those people. And that's just truth. So, and there are many, many more like me out there. So the idea is, you know, there was a first looking at rank as far as faculty goes, looking at professors, tenured professors, kind of going through that. You know, there were a lot of different scenarios. So I would just say, if we are going to develop a strategy, I'd really like for the components of this board, right? All of us to kind of have kind of that scenario minded. Can we see what this would look like, you know, before that strategy is completely set in stone?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Just some top line comments here is that this didn't happen overnight. We know that, and we can't fix it overnight. I think that we're all in agreement on that. We want to make KCTCS the best possible place to work at. And obviously compensation is most people would say that's the number one issue, but it's also its culture. It's, are you making an impact in life, et cetera. It's also important to realize a lot of progress has been made. And last year with the reclassification, which you all adopted, my first year in, that was step one. And that took a long time to do. And we understand that not everyone was happy with the outcomes of that, but we had to accomplish the reclass first. And now I would agree with you. There's a lot of studies out there. Some people say KCTCS may be the most studied organization in higher ed, and maybe that's true. But I do think it's time for us to be deliberate in the next budget. I think it's kind of a commitment that we need to have to our employees and our teammates, at the same time knowing it's going to take several years to get where we want to be. So perhaps a workshop might be needed with the boards, kind of like what we did with SJR last year. If that's something you all might want to consider, but at the same time realize that we have be very mindful of the budget going forward as well. But I think we should take action in June to be deliberate about addressing compression. Marty?
I guess I would like to see someone that's been a professor for a long time. You know, Bridget kind of hit on it. You hit the minimum, but I got professor, 12, 15 years ago, and here I sit. Because there is no like levels that you go up or anything. And so I guess I'd like to see a committee or something be formed to figure out, what are we going to do? Are we going to make levels? Are we going to do this? Are we going to do that? Just what is the plan?
Let me ask a question. How do you all feel about years of service as a metric to look at?
James Lee loves it.
James Lee loves it. That shows dedication. It's just not so much the amount, but just the thought that I may get for another year, $200 more or something like that's what I'm saying. And your services where you're not only academic wise, but for the custodian, it is tremendously important. So
Other thoughts?
I mean, and I'll agree, but also, and I say this quite frequently with, Bridget's probably going to start shaking her head any minute, our evaluation instrument is not great. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I mean, it's, it does not necessarily showcase or talent, the current talent that you have, at least on the faculty side.
It means nothing.
It means nothing.
Once you get
Um,
past professor.
Yeah,
means
so you're getting an EE rating, and some of us work
So-
really hard for those EE ratings all the time. We're just the
Mhm.
the person that's always gonna do and work. But those instruments are just not accurate of some of the work and people are never rewarded based off of that exemplary performance. And that's another thing. There used to be merit, but merit is kind of why we're in the situation that we're in. So that would just kick up compression issues again. So I'm not going to advocate for that. I know faculty are screaming across the state right now that I said that, but I don't know, Marty, how do you make an instrument and also that it works, right? Because, EE is anybody can get an EE, right? I mean, if you work hard and you're a good employee, okay, EE. Well, what is the difference between, you know what I mean? And we've talked about that ad nauseum. Bridget knows, how I feel about that instrument. I don't know, Bridget, if you want to talk about that, is there any talk in all of this about changing the instrument by which we are evaluated in faculty and staff? Has there been, as far as that PPE process, is there anything about changing that instrument?
So the easy answer to that is yes. There's been lots of talk about the PPE in the course of all of these conversations regarding the compensation program. It's not the priority, honestly, Regent, right now, as we're looking at trying to address the compression piece and thinking through that and thinking through, there was a work group of HR leaders that did come together and was looking at kind of that, what is the pathway to market? So that's what I believe, Marty, you were referring to. So, trying to kind of wrap our brains around all of the different components and pieces that go into this, that yes, now that you have this structure, what do we do with the structure that we have and how do we continue to move people along it? And the PPE ultimately, yes, should that be part of that discussion? Yes. And we all have, recognized that, have talked about it, but it's on the side burner, so to speak, as it relates to all of this.
Thank you. And Dr. Quarles, to kind of also answer your question, when we're talking about that PPE, I know different colleges have done different things and how to decide who gets what rating. Usually it's left up to the supervisor, the direct supervisor. But, I know, I'm going to call Maze out here. I know one time all the academic division chairs got in a room and said, here's my EE person. If yours can't beat mine, then they don't get an EE. But
very
you
different.
are what
There's
you
no
are on
uniformity.
paper at that point.
There's no
So,
uniformity in our side of our own colleges.
right. So I think uniformity and consistency across that instrument, as well as, that's just a small piece.
But if you just
As
look at
Bridget
years of
said.
service, it knocks it all out of the water anyway. So it just depends on how you want to look at this, because that's what I'm saying. For me, I can fill out a PPE and be the greatest thing ever, but it really does not matter because it does not affect my salary one bit. So.
So there,
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So from like the staff side of things, yes, there is the performance component, but there's also the years of service because you also have the institutional knowledge component as well. You're able to bring more to the table when you have those years of service. Now, I'm not saying that someone brand new can't do that as well, but you also have to take that in consideration, especially the people that have been here when there were no salary increases, where there were just merit bonuses. And so those are some of the things that we should consider. But I also believe that we should maintain that 3% for everyone. And that's just probably a bold opinion at this point. But I also do feel that we need to address compression in some way. And, looking at different models, I would like to see, some sample salaries. So for example, if we have someone that is in a band 9, which ideally would be a non-exempt employee that's going to make around like $43,000 when they're starting out. And then we have someone that is in a band 5 position. They're, mainly it could be a facilities worker or something like that. And look at how that is going to affect those positions. And so you can kind of see like what difference that percentage is going to make.
And Dr. Kilburn, we had actually asked for that. I think, we got it, I think at one time for those of us on the board, but it was very helpful to see, okay, tenured professor, right? Maintenance and, maintenance, administrative, vice president, right? It was very helpful to see how any of these changes would impact, those specific positions. I think that's a great idea. Ryan?
Dr. Boyd,
Yes.
we may address this tomorrow, about the legislation.
Yes.
It may have, quite a bit of, could have an effect on college professors, right? If it passes out of the General Assembly?
Can.
Yes. So I assume you're
And
going
we'll
to
have a
address it.
briefing tomorrow.
Huh?
And we'll have a briefing tomorrow by Chris.
Yeah.
Any specific questions you may have.
College professors, yep. Okay. Basically does away with the old, my concept, public education, the tenure thing is you need to perform is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so the bill I think you're referencing is Representative James Tipton. Again, let Chris go through the details, but it would provide a post-tenure review process, not just for faculty, but also for the university presidents across Kentucky as well.
Ryan?
Dr. Kilburn, can you speak to another scenario? So it seems like we're spending a lot of time talking about years of service as being the one scenario, and you indicated that that's the one you tend to lean towards personally. But what about those areas that are seeing high numbers of resignations? That seems to be the other end of the spectrum, right? Is that the market is demanding a higher price for these folks and they're leaving our institution and we're having a hard time filling those roles. And so how do we address that?
And I would say initially, some of what we've discovered is that a lot of those positions are not long-term people. They're actually people who have been here for a while. And so when we look at those numbers, it's do we address the people who are leaving? Do we try to address that and keep people who have been here for a shorter amount of time, or do we provide compensation for those people who have been here for a long time, who have demonstrated their commitment? We also have approached this from the strategic plan and taken a look at the various bands and said, are we finding that there's some issue in the various compensation bands where we're losing employees or where people aren't where they need to be? We're not seeing a lot of evidence around that. We've taken a look at the comp ratio related to market and where we are with that. But what I think we keep hearing anecdotally is the concern is for people who have been here for a long time, who have been passed by. And so I recognize any budgetary request really is somehow rooted in a human need. And I recognize we're talking about real people here and not dollars. And so we've been trying to look at it from how do we address the real personnel needs and the needs of the people who have been in our system. But as I say, I feel like we're walking a tightrope.
May I suggest, and I don't know if the board wants to pursue this, but maybe ask our employees, do you prefer a years of service? Would you prefer, or maybe a combination of both, right? Performance and years of service. I think it's really important to hear the voice, right, of the people who work for us to make sure, that we are even heading down the path that they want us to go down. Right. And, I know surveys are 25 to 35%, but I bet you'll get almost, 100% on that when you ask people, what would you prefer? So I think that would be a good, we've done that a lot lately, right? Go to the people and ask them what they want or what they would prefer. I just feel like that would be a good idea.
I think, Ron, on some of those things, like for me, I'm kind of at that cutoff where we got hired in under KTRS, which is holding a lot of us because you got a retirement system. It's not a 403B. You can't walk away with it. So you're here. So you're not going to see any turnover. Then once we get, the 27, 28, 29 year mark, that's going to change. I think you're going to see that.
As far as the 3%, is that that's what we have decided that that's all we're going to put on compensation, or is there room for the 3% across the board and maybe another 0.5% or 1% to use?
So we have been looking at it based on what we know at this point, particularly around the tuition pieces, as looking within that 3% to do everything. Perhaps there may be something that we can look at that. We're still in the process of projecting tuition increases, so there may be some things we can do in that regard. But we're trying to start from a conservative standpoint and go up rather than start with something we can't afford and have to pull it back.
I think if we come about it and say, we have this much to use for compensation, and if we just say 3%, because that's kind of what we were thinking about across the board, that's one thing. But if we said that we may have 4% or 3.5%, or we just have 3% because that's all we're going to have, I think it's commendable to say we're going to take this, and a part of that we're going to use to help with compression, because we should, regardless of, I think it's the percentage is what everybody is interested in. Whatever we decide that we can use, whether it's 3%, 2%, 4%, whatever, we say that's what we can use, and then we take a portion of that and use it for compression, one way or the other.
Also, another procedural issue just to be aware of. We believe through our research that salary or COLAs, as sometimes it's referred to, salary adjustments, are a function of the Board of Regents. We also believe that compression-related activity is an administrative function. So just that's where our research has put us at right now. Then secondly, just a reminder that 80% of our entire budget goes towards salaries and benefits already. So just a reminder to know that that's where the vast majority of our operating funds go.
So when you
as we talk about this discussion.
So when you talk about 0.5%, that's a lot of money for salary. So we understand.
And there's long-term obligations to that, right? So I don't know if it's the will of the board, if we want to have a compression workshop leading up to this, I don't know, or welcome your feedback right now.
The couple things, I really do appreciate what you're saying there, and I do believe that. I do believe it. Cost of living is such a nebulous term. Really, what we've given is a general increase.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ludicrous to think that we've kept up with the cost of living for anybody's lives. So I think you're talking about a general increase. I tend to think two things. One, years of service are really difficult for me because I do think they should still be recognized, but I'm more of a person who believes that comes in a one-time payment of some sort that doesn't get plowed back into a salary. I think recognizing, I can have 25 years of experience that are developmental, or I could have 25 years one time 25 times. I want to be, so I like the idea of one-time payments rewarding. Yeah, that loyalty, because I do think it should be rewarded. I don't think it should be baked in. But my bigger question, and I think you're going to say we already did that. For me, start out if we had our way, that we could fix this and do it the way we wanted. What's that look like? And then from a board perspective, we can guide you on, this is what we can do. You go implement it. I would rather advocate for you to have what works long-term than I would to kind of feel like I'm rifle shooting at him. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling with, what is our best case scenario on this to fix it cost? And let's work from there.
Right.
I'm with you from the perspective of years of service is just problematic from the standpoint is how do you differentiate somebody? So if you got two people that have been there 25 years, right? So how do you evaluate them from a performance standpoint, or what sets them apart from employee A, employee B that's been there exact same time frame? So I do like the scenario of, hey, 25 years, you get this one time. And then if you want to improve or go forward further up, we need to look at, maybe a training or something to differentiate you from the person next to you that has just been there the same amount of time. How do you differentiate? How do you segregate areas of performance, non-performance, and the like.
So Todd, it's gonna be an astronomical number to do it the right way, right?
Yes.
And we're not gonna be able to do it the right way. I
But
mean,
these are common.
we just,
If you're a secretary or custodian and you've been working 15 years and there's a vacancy next to you and they hire somebody else in and it's the same pay at $17.50. That's what I'm talking about is there, basically if you put 15 years of service and they hire somebody in you and they're making the same thing you are, there should be some type of incentive reward other than the evaluation, thank you for those longevity and those people that are successful that you appreciate, because basically no disrespect to the faculty, but if we didn't have the staff, Dr. Qualls, if you didn't have your professional, but you didn't have the staff to help you, we would be in a difficult situation. And those are the people sometimes I feel like that at the lower level are left out. Thank you.
Thank you.
yes.
I would love to see a study like that. I don't know that we would ever be able to fund it, but I would like to see the number. I know that would probably be a huge undertaking, and I understand that. And I agree with you, James Lee. We have a lot of unsung heroes out there that have worked for us for years and years and years. And so, I would just and I would be interested in the workshop just from the standpoint of trying to understand all the different possibilities that we have out there so we can look at those.
The only thing is we're under kind of a time crunch of 3 months. So I think we got to come to a conclusion of doing something. I mean, from the board and from your all's perspective, I've put in a charge on Dr. Quarles. We have to do something, and that he has to impose that to the presidents as well. We've had too many studies. As long as I've been here, we've had at least 2, maybe 3 studies of compression and classifications. Now we've fixed the classification process. We've not really touched compression. And we really need to start taking a bite out of that. We may not all agree to what that is, but long as we take a bite out of it, it's one step closer than what we were yesterday. And I guess that's where we need to come to it's not going to be a unanimous, but at least a consensus of how are we going to approach this. But we do need to take steps in taking care of compression.
Well, I think that's what you're saying, right? That strategic way forward to continue so these problems don't continue to arise. I mean, so Dr. Quarles, just a point of clarification. So all of the presidents at all of the institutions were told 3% and they budgeted for the 3%, correct?
That's correct.
But no more than 3%.
Budgeted for 3 now.
Right.
It's up to you all to decide how much of that 3. And if we need to go beyond it, you need to give us direction on that, but that's what we're budgeted at.
Gotcha.
And here's another, enrollment's up, revenue's up for now, but we don't know what's going to happen next year or a couple of years from now. Plus, it's the whole point of the enrollment task force to help us have some predictability here, but we need clarity and guidance from you all on how we should approach this. And this has been very productive, hearing the different viewpoints. I'm just taking good notes here. We appreciate that. We do have a time limitation here rolling into June. And so perhaps what we can propose is a salary adjustment, because I don't like using the word COLA either. With a compression component that then can be reviewed annually, or just get us going. Let's just get us going to say thank you, address the compression. I don't think we should let another budget year go by without at least doing something, especially after the big lift that we did with the reclassification last year. And there will always be inherent disagreements on how to address this, right? We get that. But I think it would be important for us, either through a workshop or entrust our team to come to you with a proposal in June that at least gets the ball rolling. Either way, I'm fine with.
Would it be possible to share the scenarios that you are already working on behind the scenes. I mean, you mentioned that there's some conversation about several of these. If we were going to have a workshop, it would be great to have the work you're already doing in front of us for us to weigh them.
And we can certainly do that at some point. Right now, we've been looking at some of them to say, what does this really do? Like, what are the effects if we did it by pay band, for example? Does that actually address our compression issue, or what's the effect? So I think we're in the process of trying to make sure that we have the best effect that we can on compression within the boundaries that we're working. But we could bring some of those things forward as part of our conversation.
I'm afraid if we do a workshop, we're gonna take a horse and make it a camel for you. And I think that's the worst thing a board can do. I'm much more comfortable one person speaking. Tell us what you want to do and what you think the presidents think. Get closer to the strategy that you just elucidated to us. I think we're only going to make this worse for you. I think we dilute it. We need to govern it and understand it. But you, with the help of your presidents, need to tell us, with the funds that we have, what's the best use.
Yeah.
And we'll defend you. I mean, we'll, at least I think if we were talking about a bigger bolus of dollars, I think it would be worthwhile.
Sure.
But this is finite. And if we start strafing bits and pieces of this in a way that doesn't make sense, you guys are going to end up getting no bang out of any buck. Just my opinion.
And I really think if you would have said do a budget of 2%
Yeah.
and then go at them and say, we want another percentage to go for compression, that would have went over better with the board. And we still would have got 3%. So I think sometimes it's just the way we're thinking about it. But either way, if all we have is 3% and you want to use a 0.5% or a full percent to work on compression, I think that's what you should do.
Well, and I think just to kind of clarify for new board members, that 3% came in because, back in 21, 22, there had been so many non-recurring or one-time payments at that point where we were like, from this point on, we're going to budget 3%. That we were just going to basically cover that. So, I just want us to kind of remember that we said 3%. So any fix to compression, I believe, would need to be, in my opinion, above the 3%. I mean, I see what you're saying. I know, and like I said, I feel like we could bog him down horribly in this. And I'm for that as well, but it would be nice to see what you're running and just strategic way, like, Ray Ann said, we cannot fix this. If we had a magic wand, wouldn't it be lovely to just fix it all at one time, Dr. Kilburn, but we can't. So, I just think it would be nice to kind of see some of the things that we've talked about, like the, how it would affect different positions and what would we be looking at? And of course, the costs back to the institutions, can we handle a 0.2, 2.5, can we handle that little bump institutionally across 16? Just different scenarios like that.
And don't get me wrong, but could colleges then, like if we set a certain standard for this is what we're going to do in June for next fiscal year, could they then, if they have the budget at their institution, address compression concerns on their own?
Well, in some ways they already have, and that has been, again, 15 months on the job. A learning moment for me is some colleges have done more than others to address compression on their own. And some colleges have additional pay benefit at the end of their fiscal year that others don't as well, one-time payments. And so this goes back to the greater discussion about uniformity and consistency across the system, where we're trying to support nearly 4,000 employees, but there's been 17 different ways, including the system office, to address it. And that's where, I lean on the experience of the members of PLT because some of the colleges, quite frankly, have had more resources than others. And some of them are experiencing great enrollment growth. All of them had enrollment growth, but we know that some parts of the state are experiencing population contraction right now. And so they're not all in the same, I guess it'd be unfair to say that they're all in the same place right now when it comes to compression, which adds another level of difficulty to address this.
But if the individual college works on compression, then that helps us as a whole because that will help raise some of it up. So I really feel like that we're to the point where we need to give you guys the blessing to continue on, or do we want to do something different? I mean,
Can I just say, so you're saying that some of the colleges have already addressed this individually and they're doing a better job than others, and that makes perfect sense given that they have different levels of resources. But if we apply a universal solution to the problem, are we not exacerbating it further then because some of them have already started to address it and those that haven't, if we just all boats are rising, well, some are already higher than others if they've already started addressing it. That seems like a universal solution is just going to put us right back to where we started if
I'd rather have our experts answer that question, but I will say this though. When we're out recruiting faculty and staff and anyone that wants to join our team, it's fairly well known that our starting salaries are not as competitive as they should be. So any increases are going to help out and not solve a compression issue, but it helps out to get us closer to market rate. Okay, so put it in that perspective is that we hear that all the time. In fact, there's some individual faculty members that I've met that we're lucky that they stay with us. We are lucky that they stay with us, especially the ones that are hard to recruit or that can leave today and go work in the private sector and get a significant pay bump. So I don't know, Todd or Bridget, if you have any additional input on that.
Well, I would say, I think that is part of our concern is as we look at a number of our schools, those that have spent some time and some years actually addressing compression, then how would we take these funds and distribute them? Like, would some schools get more funding than other schools? Does that put those who have done a lot of work at a disadvantage because they actually did the work already? We're still trying to piece that together as to what that looks like. And that is a challenge. It is a challenge. Does it create compression in a new way that we didn't anticipate?
Bridget.
So I think there's a couple of things, if I can, that I want to either A, clarify or B, add to this conversation. So I think one of the things that I have heard as part of this discussion is this conversation about the 3% and that we have guaranteed 3% or we said we would do 3%. And I want to caution us with that because what that policy actually says is that the board put into policy that we would budget for up to a 3% cost of living or salary increase. So does that mean the board could do less than 3%? Yes. Could they go above 3% for an annual increase? Yes. So I think that's one point of clarification that we all need to kind of keep in mind as we're talking about, because 3% keeps being talked about. So is that then the option that, right, that the recommendation that could be brought forward at the June board meeting is that there's a 2% across the board perhaps, and then the remaining of what has been budgeted is utilized for compression. That's an option and a possibility that you as the board would have then to consider. The compression, and back to what Dr. Quarles kind of mentioned previously, the compression pieces and how we address it or what we do with it, that's the administrative function for Dr. Quarles and his leadership to figure that out. So what we do as a strategy for compression, so where some people, if you look at, as we talk about the comp program, the goal is obviously to move people along the bands. So to get people to market. So if right now you're sitting at the minimum, what's the strategy and the process by which we will put in place as an entire program to move people along the way to get to market? Or if you go beyond market, if you're over the max, do you no longer get anything as it relates to increases? Those are all of the conversations surrounding this comp program that make it so complex and what we have to identify as we move through. So for those schools who have been able to, and different schools have done it differently, right? In some instances, it's just as they've hired, perhaps had to hire a faculty member in a certain high-tech, high-wage, high-demand program, they had to bring them in at a higher salary, so they may have adjusted faculty in that same teaching discipline. That's a means in which they've addressed compression. In some of the schools, it has been, they've looked at very targeted, perhaps, employee populations or positions where there's been an issue for them, And they may have had the ability to be able to do that. That is not the majority though, as it relates to our schools. The majority have not had the means or the ability to be able to do that. So what we're talking about is this bigger picture system-wide compression that would help more so those schools that have not been able to do anything. But I don't think it's going to continue or make compression worse for those who have been able to, because you're just moving the people further along the continuum, if that makes sense.
Okay. I do want to ask you guys to remember this conversation in June when we talk about tuition. Because I know nobody likes to increase tuition, but just like what Russ was talking about in healthcare, we get what they call MEIs, Medicare Economic Index increases. And up until this year, they were like 1 to 1.5%. So that wouldn't even touch 3%. And that's just for Medicare and Medicaid. The private sector gives no MEI increases. If anything, they'll reduce your fees. So we understand what you guys have to go through, but I can guarantee you, anytime we can increase our revenue, we're going to do that. And I understand it's on the backs of the students, but it has to be done for us to be able to have these kind of conversations. So, and I know that nobody likes to talk about this, but I mean, from a business standpoint, we have to understand. So we don't have to decide on nothing now. I mean, we are not taking any action. Yeah. We're right.
Right.
Yes, Keith.
Just a quick side note is not connected to this particular issue is, are there some things that we should be talking about moving forward as we look at the new administration and how it affects us with some of the policies and things that they're changing, looking to change? I think we should spend some time making sure we understand what are the changes, good, bad, indifferent, just whatever it is. So again, that's just me saying out loud, but I think it's something we should at least spend a little bit of time figuring out. How does some of these changes affect us and our ability to help educate the kids in the state, kids in America generally?
That's it's a weekly, if not daily conversation we're having. And Chris Crumron's available either today or tomorrow for a rundown on the effects. But I do get with my counterparts actually more frequently now. And this is a constant conversation, is who's been affected by what. Obviously, we see a lot of research-oriented grant changes that may not affect us as much as the others, but that is part of the calculus here. And perhaps to round out the discussion, we have no action item now on compression is, I'm happy to work with all the regions. We talk on a regular basis. This has been great for us and for PLT and for our budget staff to listen to the concerns and where you're coming at to address compression. I think if it's okay with you, we will come to the June meeting with a recommendation on both tuition, on a salary adjustment. Again, keep in mind that compression is an administrative function, and whatever is proposed in June will not solve the problem. So like they're very clear, especially those watching at home. But I think we need to do something, if not gesture towards where we need to go for maybe a larger strategy down the road. If that's okay with the will with the regions. Yes. We got some work to do, so thank you.
Definitely. But at least we are taking a bite out of the problem. I mean, that's what we're going to end up doing. So we're not going to keep just kicking it down the road. We are going to approach it. We are to the point where we could start doing a few things from tomorrow, if you all would like. If you all would like, it's 3:30. What time is dinner?
It's at 5.
Is it at 5?
5 p.m.
Yes. Yep. So Would we like to continue on? Oh, we can? Do we? Well, we probably will do open comments and executive session, but I think we can handle a few of the topics for tomorrow, unless we want to end early today. Would we rather end early tomorrow, end early today? That's the question.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, let's go. Yes, let's take a 10-minute break because we'll always take more than 10. So let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here on tomorrow's agenda. It's bylaw revisions. We'll address that. We'll ask parliamentarian Jessica Stigall to present this agenda item.
Thank you. I'm just going to do this from my seat because I have the next one too, and that requires a vote. And I want to be here where I can cross you all off as you vote. So the first, just for discussion only for this meeting, is proposed revisions to the Board of Regents bylaws. And these are in your materials. The first one is the creation of an executive committee. KCTCS Board of Regents had an executive committee prior to 2021, and then it went away with the creation, I believe, of the Policy and Planning Committee. But this would recreate the executive committee. The executive committee can be composed of 3 members: the chair of the Board of Regents, the vice chair of the Board of Regents, and the secretary of the board. The executive committee would just meet as necessary, as needed by the president. So it'd allow him, Dr. Quarles, to convene a smaller number of regents if business needs to be conducted in between regularly scheduled board meetings. Obviously, any action of the executive committee would have to be ratified by the full board. I will say I come from Morehead State University. They had an executive committee there, and every other institution that I'm aware of has an executive committee for this purpose, just for the economy of moving business in between board meetings. It also changes to where the executive committee will have the evaluation of the president, so moving that from the policy and planning to the executive committee. The next proposed change is the creation of a consent agenda. Consent agenda would be created in consultation between the chair of the Board of Regents and the president. So items that don't require or shouldn't need discussion could be on the consent agenda, with the caveat that any regent could pull any item from the consent agenda to be discussed as needed. And again, this is just an effort to kind of move things along more economically during board meetings. And then the third change is clarification of quorum for the business to be able to for the board to be able to conduct business. So the statute on quorum for the Board of Regents just says quorum is established by the majority of members. It does not designate separately for KCTCS. As I know all of you are aware in this room, we're the only institution that has half votes. So saying the majority of members for every institution would mean the majority of votes present, because every member has equal votes. In light of that, I propose changing that to quorum being the majority of votes present, with the thought that if we can't pass anything, if we don't have the majority of votes present, then it may not be necessary to convene and conduct business. So those are the proposed changes to the bylaws. Are there any questions on those?
I have a question. Go back to the one about the evaluation of the president, please.
I don't have it. Can somebody move through it up there? I'm not connected.
Okay. I think in the past is, and you and I discussed this briefly, in the past is that the chairman asked for volunteers from some board member to spearhead working with legal counsel and the president's office to prepare an evaluation of the president. And we have not, because Dr. Qualls was only officially hired for 6 months last year. And so, you know, is that the same procedure we're going to use this year? Is that evaluation, and every board member does the evaluation prior to the June meeting, and then those are forwarded to the chairman. The chairman reviews that, and it's reported out at the board.
So, and through discussion earlier with you, Regent Stevens, right now in the bylaws, it says that Policy and Planning Committee shall evaluate on an annual basis the KCTCS president, fixed compensation in terms of the president's contract. That being said, there's a policy and a procedure that also discuss the evaluation of the president. I think those kind of conflict with what Policy and Planning says in the bylaws. I wasn't here when Policy and Planning was created in 2021, but my assumption would be maybe the corresponding policy and procedure were not updated to reflect the creation of Policy and Planning.
Right.
So I think moving forward, trying for right now to making sure we're following the bylaws as well as the policy and procedure the best we can, and we'll have discussions about that to make sure.
I'm not concerned about the finance or the contract or so. I just think that my personal opinion is that we've evaluated the president of the institution for And I think that the board as a whole needs to do that with some type of instrument and present the findings to the chairman so that the chairman has an opportunity to go over those with Dr. Qualls or who the president is, and then it's reported to the board in January in June, what the evaluation is. And so that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This is a good place to talk about it, because I am going to talk to the Policy and Planning Committee to do the board or to do the president's evaluation, because that is.
I think
process,
maybe
right?
in thinking now of the policy and procedure that I don't think are clear with matching the bylaws, I think we could possibly send out a form to all the regents as Regent Stevens, have those sent back for policy and planning to review.
Okay.
And then policy and planning could give a recommendation based on that. So it kind of captures the spirit of both.
I mean, we were going to just work through.
I just
policy and
believe
planning.
every board member needs to have an opportunity to evaluate the president in the association. And since the policy and procedure board does not include all the members, even though they're invited to the meetings, I think it's important that that instrument come back to the systems office and is given to the chairman and for that evaluation. Thank you.
Yeah, it was our intent to have all board members to evaluate him, but it come through the policy and planning as that's in the requirement. So we will do that, and we will have it ready for the June meeting as well.
Yes.
So that's something we can discuss. Typically, the way I've seen executive committees structured is that they make a recommendation that the board then has to ratify.
So in your thinking on this, that committee would never be able to act independently.
Correct.
I think that's important to have in there from the standpoint of where I've seen executive committees break down has been when remaining board members feel as though there's an exclusionary aspect to what they do. So my vote would be to be very intentional about that.
Thank you.
Well, I've seen it where the board gives the executive committee authority to do something. So it really is ultimately the board's decision, right?
Correct.
But
They make that decision to give the executive committee the authority to negotiate or to whatever.
I'm very comfortable. I just didn't know there was.
Right.
I think that can be possible.
Well, because a lot of times some things are brought to the board and we can't act on it, and we would have to have a special board meeting in between the 3 months, whereas the executive committee could meet more promptly and help resolve that.
Yeah, that's how we operate it. And many times the board will give a parameters for the executive committee, to say, hey, if you can get it done between these, then you're empowered to do so. I think it's always good governance to be very intentional that there are no reserve powers outside of the board unless otherwise granted to them.
Absolutely.
Just my comments. I welcome these bylaw changes. I think that we would function probably a little more efficiently with an executive committee in the way that's consistent with what you just described, Regent Cox. And then the other thing is that sometimes I need to have the ability to get input pretty quick. And so we can avoid special meetings unless they're necessary, but I would welcome this.
Any other questions on the proposed bylaw revisions?
Next item.
I think I do have the next item, the information item, and this is just the corresponding procedure. And in it, it is removing the section on quorum since that is included in the bylaws. So it's just a recitation of that. So removing as it's unneeded. And then clarifying, if you look under voting, it mentions consent agenda, clarifying that that will come from the president and the chair of the Board of Regents instead of out of policy and planning.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. At this time, I am going to have to relinquish the chairmanship to Regent Hamilton for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
Ready for the next item?
The next item that will be for a vote, so I'll ask for a motion at the end. This is for changes to the election of student regents procedures. And in this red line document, it is moving up the time of the student regent elections to the spring to occur on or before the June board meeting. So that way our student regents have the ability to participate with all other student regents in the state with any various trainings that CPE hosts. And they would also then serve the full term of July 1 through June 30. The other proposed change is asking for college presidents to nominate 2 students from every college instead of 1, which will just create a larger pool of potential student regents because sometimes the nominated regents don't want to participate. Another change would be clarifying that we cannot have 2, when we do the election, the 2 top vote getters, if they're both from the same college, only 1 regent can be from 1 college. So if the 2 top vote getters are from the same college, then the 3rd highest vote getter would be your 2nd regent. It also clarifies for alternate regents. So the 3rd and 4th most highest regents, potential student regents receiving votes would be marked as alternates. So that way, if a student regent had to step down, we wouldn't have to hold a whole nother election for student regent. We would just call up one of the alternate regents.
The reason that we had suggested is, like she had mentioned, so we found out that as student regents, we're also a member of the Kentucky Board of Student Body Presidents, with all the student leaders from the bigger colleges and everything else. But by the time we hold our election for our student regents, they've already had at least 2, maybe 3 meetings and kind of established what they want to take to CPE with, the initiatives and the things they want to focus on for the year. And so we had suggested changing our election to be more in line with that so that we can be a part of those initial conversations. Because it seems like a lot of the stuff that they focus on is geared more towards, they're more traditional students that you see at the bigger universities. And so we really don't have any input on that. And so we had suggested changing it so that our election lines up more with that.
Going off on that, KCTCS student regents are the representatives for the Kentucky Board of Student Body Presidents, since we don't have, one single, we have 2 regents, and that's what they use. And the Board of Student Body Presidents is made up of student presidents from 4-year universities and private. And they start their meetings in May, and we're elected in late July. So we're not really part of the initial conversation that they want to deal with, which was, what was it? Mental health and affordability this time, but it was easy for us to pick up on it, obviously, because we're dealing with it too. So I would like to move the election earlier so we're not left behind.
Any questions?
I was actually here during the student summit when we elected them. So, one of the other things that they actually, and I don't think this changed, is that they had to vote out loud.
Correct.
So are we going to change those procedures as well? I mean, I know you and I had kind of spoken about this a little bit. I thought it put some of them in an uncomfortable situation, and some were running, but wouldn't even vote for themselves, right? I'm very humble students, but so was that even discussed in these changes?
So we discussed it, and part of our SJR 179 recommendation was to change the makeup of the Board of Regents, which then there would be other potential changes to the student election policy, hopefully to make it more in line with the way faculty and staff regents are elected, which is through an online platform. However, because that change didn't make it through the legislative session this time, but we need to make sure we're moving forward the election date of our student regents. We're focusing on just that piece now to maybe address the next piece when the potential bill goes through.
That's a great concern, though.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, well, I would ask for a motion that the Board of Regents approve the amended procedure for this election of student regents.
So move.
Second.
Second. I think Audra thirded. I think we can record that. She's the third on that.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten.
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens.
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton, the motion passes unanimously with Chair Martin not being present.
Congrats. On into information.
I'd like to ask the board liaison Shannon Rickett to present the agenda item. Shannon will present the agenda item now. Thank you.
This one will probably be the quickest thing we do today. I'm just getting these dates in front of you. If anybody has any serious concerns, please let us know. But the proposed dates for 2026 will be March 12th through 13th, June 11th and 12th, September 17th through 18th, and December 3rd through 4th. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to accept this? Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, I think we've gone through everything probably can get through for tomorrow. So it's okay with you. We can revert back to today's original agenda items and cover our open comment period and then executive session. That's okay with you.
Yes.
All
right. As has been our practice, the board allows for a period of public comment. Shannon, has anyone signed up to speak? They will have 3 minutes to speak from the floor without interruption or response from the board itself.
Let's give us 1 second.
Now, okay. I was gonna, just a minute to talk about compression just for a second, because I worked on that quite a bit when I was on the board with Wendell Falwell. And I just sitting over there, I just had a thought or two. I mean, basically talking about faculty compression right now. I'm not really getting into staff. And I was looking and thinking some things we talked about back then about the ranges for like instructor, assistant professor, associate professor, and professor. The compression really resides at the professor level and up that way, because as an instructor, after 3 years, you should be promoted to assistant professor, and after 3 more to associate, and 6 years to associate professor. And one thing I think we haven't, when, kind of building on what James Stevens was talking about years of service, the one thing we haven't really talked about is those salary ranges. How many years should you expect to be in the salary range, or what those salary ranges? I mean, how long should you be in at the professor level from year 1 to the maximum? How long should that be? And before, I know in the old, when we had the old ranges, I think Wendell Falwell said they were designed for 16 years, which I think is way more than what it should be. But if you think about that, that would be one way to look at, instead of looking like just total years of service, just looking at many years have you been a professor and where should you fit in there? Because we have, as I think Marty was saying, we have people here that's been professor for 15 years and they're not even near midpoint yet. And that's one of the big problems. So maybe we need to look at how long those ranges are from when you first start in the range till you get to the end of the range. Is it 10 years? Is it 12 years? What is it? Then you would know where the midpoint should be for those people, stuff like that. Instead of just looking at overall service, where do people fit in those ranges? That's something I hadn't heard much then. Just thought I would mention that because I know we talked about that back then some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get anyone else.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on their behalf? I'd like to make a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents move into executive session as allowed by KRS 61.8101C to discuss proposed or pending litigation. Like Parliamentarian Steigel to conduct it.
Get a motion in a second.
Is there a motion? James Lee.
Second.
Second,
Vice Chair Hamilton,
yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens.
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
The motion has passed unanimously with Chair Martin not being present.
All right, I'm asking for a motion to move out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Higdon,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion is passed unanimously.
Okay.
Okay, I am back and that concludes our agenda for today. With that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the exception of we have dinner at 5:30.
So at Woodford Inn, it's where we were at for our holiday dinner. Feel free to show up earlier. And we'll have some really good news to share in the morning.
Okay, sounds good. So we had a motion. James Lee, who seconded it? Okay, already seconded it.
Any objections to the motion to adjourn? All right, the motion passes by consensus.
Thanks. Y'all have a good dinner.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you.
Like really unfair.